What's going on, my peoples? It's your boy, Mr. OBF, back one time for your mind. Welcome to the OBF, the network, people. Make sure you guys hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the bell button so you guys get the live streams when we go live, people. And if you can, donate to the channel. Go to OBF, the real Cash App, and donate to the channel, people. We highly appreciate anything you guys can donate to the channel. Need more information to subscribe and donate to the channel. It's down there strolling below the screen, people. Make sure you guys hit the like button when you come in and out of the building. And make sure you guys share the videos, man. It keeps the movement pushing. All right, people. Hope everybody having a blessed Wednesday, man. Like I said, I know some of y'all still in shock. Some of y'all still mourning about the election. It is what it is. We got a couple of days of just somewhat of civility left for this country for the next 4 years or whatever. So, but people, this is mega country now. All right, this is mega country. Give me 1 second, y'all. Give me 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. Shit. All right, people, my bad. Had to get a cup of ice. Fucking every time I go to the goddamn bar, the damn beds be cold. That's why I like to stock up on my bed and shit, keep my bed stocked. I'm about to get back to start stocking my bed. And if I don't need nothing, I'm just gonna have it. I haven't been stocking it in like maybe about, I say about a year. But I ain't say a year, about 6 months. But yeah, but anyway, yeah. This is mega country, people. So we have to accept what the shit is, right? Listen, black folks, y'all see the other part of that title. Black people, stay out the way. This is not our fight. This is not what we signed up for. This is not what we going to sign up for. So whatever the fuck else happen outside of what happens to us, we mind our business. We don't stay involved in none of that shit. We ain't got to vote for nothing. And I'll stand on that. Because, you know, this is what they wanted. Even the foreigners, you motherfuckers came over here, you minorities, a lot of y'all try to vote. Okay, go ahead. Y'all voted for your own poison. So, listen, all the coon niggas, I don't want to hear shit from y'all either. I don't want to hear nothing from coon niggas talking about where's the black folks. Nigga, we chilling. We on vacation. We are not getting involved in none of that bullshit. Of course, people, I'm going to keep people updated on political shit and bills and policies and shit that's getting passed in this country. But I am not telling black people to go out and vote anymore. I am not telling black people to get involved in any other movement unless it got something to do with us. If it got something to do with us, then I'm riding with that. But other than that, everybody else is on their own. Sorry. Like I said, I'm past the mourning process. I'm past the anger. I'm past a little bit of being disappointed. But I'm not even sad about it. I just accept shit for what it is. I'm a realist. I live in real reality. I don't try to live in the fantasy world, and I have optimism, but I don't have optimism to the point where I see blindly. Or I start getting involved in helping other motherfuckers blindly. I'm a smart motherfucker. I need to figure out how the fuck I can do something or be a part of something to have an impact. But I'm not going to sit around and just continue to support shit blindly. Not now, no. I am not optimistic in that way. Like I said, I'm a realist. I live in real reality. I don't live in fake la la land on the internet type shit. Okay? So that's all I'm saying, people. Let this shit unfold of how it's going to unfold until it affect us. And until it does, we leave it be. And then when it comes, then we strategize. And until then, we let whatever the fuck happen to any and every other group, let it happen. It got nothing to do with us. You know the old saying, mind your goddamn business. Mind your business. And right now, black folks, we need to mind our business. If it ain't got nothing to do with us, don't worry about it. Black people have been trying to help save this country for over 100 and something years. Longer than that, but I'm just going to say over 100 years. We've been helping trying to save this shit and keep the shit somehow, somewhat a little balance. And this time around, see, the first time around with Trump, you kind of just say, everybody know he's stupid. You get what I mean? I could see people like, man, we just getting tired of politicians. I could see that a little bit, right? Let's throw a monkey wrench in there. Then I felt like people came to their goddamn senses like, nah, we can't do that shit no more. No, you motherfuckers came right back around and put this motherfucker back in office again, and he is even more dangerous now than he was before because he got a little bit more experience, and he's going to put enough fucked up people to surround him that's going to be yes men and women. It just is what it is. So all the fucked up shit in Project 2025, people that the Democrat Party and others like us kept trying to tell all you motherfuckers that he kept lying to y'all. He's a known liar. People around him lie for him. Oh, I'm not a part of that. He hired one of the dudes that was a part of Project 2025. What? Okay. Like I said, we all about to fuck around, and y'all motherfuckers gonna find out. That's just is what it is. I already know what's coming down the pipeline, and motherfuckers, what's her name? You said you can't hear me? How the fuck y'all can't hear me? Hold on, let me see something. Maybe something off. I probably got something off. Let me see. Yeah, check. Yeah, my shit on. Y'all hear me now? Check. Y'all hear me? Oh, let me see. Let me make sure ain't nothing tripping. Hold on. Check 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2 1 2. Oh yeah, I'm good. Y'all I don't know what's going on. It might be something going on with you, Al. Check. Yeah, it might be something going on with you, Al. Might gotta fix your shit, Al. But on my end, it's good. So it must be on something going on, man. But let's get into this. So we got a couple of subjects to get into, but this is mega country now, so we just gotta accept shit for what it is. Okay? Shout out to my brother LT in the building. Say I'm good and everything. What up, bro? What up, little bro? Yeah. We just gotta accept shit what it is. So we just gonna have to accept some shit. So first, let's get into the part. Like I said, I got a couple of things to talk about. But let's talk about what they plan on doing with the military. Okay, let's get a little bit into this. So, and then we move on to the January 6th people, what's getting ready to happen to them. And then we're going to get into Rudy Giuliani, because Rudy Giuliani is in trouble. And it ain't no way that Trump can bail him out. And that's the crazy part about it. But we're going to get into that. But let's get into this military thing.
Conservatives and Republicans have long believed that the military has taken on a lot of the worst properties of corporate America and gotten away from the core mission, which is fighting and winning wars and defending the United States. All of the HR properties that have divided this country for the last several years when it comes to promoting. These soldiers are not, cultural guinea pigs. They're soldiers.
Well,
They're
actually, sir, you was a part of the Bush administration and a whole bunch of other shit for the last couple of decades. Listen, sir, it has been that way. We've been popularizing, promoting the military. They do it at football games. You had no fucking problem with that. When Colin Kaepernick took a knee, you motherfuckers got out of lost your damn mind, talk about he disrespected the military. But whatever. Don't come here with that bullshit. You the same people that put buttons and shit on of military shit and the flag and all that shit. Y'all have been doing this shit for a long time. Don't tell me about no corporations. Or the corporations is doing what they doing. What the fuck? Listen. I don't even know why I'm getting upset, because I already know they lying. They already know they lying. And then people, let's say, like I said, people is okay with them lying. CNN, y'all should be ashamed of yourselves. You still got this dude, Scott Jenkins. Let him go work for Trump. It ain't no reason for him to be on y'all show. You know he's going to lie. Like, I don't understand. At this point, you don't have to have him on. Trump is going to make news anyway. You don't even need Trump supporters now on y'all network. You don't need them. The motherfucking ratings is getting ready to go up because Trump ready to fuck this country up. Just being real. I don't understand. But I don't understand why he's lying. The problem is, believe it or not, even a lot of MAGA, they don't want to go to war. They don't want our troops over there. They don't want none of that shit. So he's putting out bad information of like, oh, he's not even talking about peace. He want them to go back to war. He want them to be around the world going to war with countries. No, nigga. The fuck is you talking about? The crazy shit about it, if you want to stop a lot of the corporate shit that you're talking about, stop giving the Pentagon and the military all this goddamn money, which they don't need. But you won't do that. So stop it. This dude is so disingenuous. Let's move on.
They're there to fight and win wars and defend America, and that should be the point. And regarding this order, which I don't think we've actually seen, the issue is he's the commander-in-chief. We have a civilian-led military.
First of all, and let me just say this, people. Do you feel safe in the country from outsiders? That ain't nobody from this country going to do something to us, any country. No, we don't fear none of that shit. You want me to tell you why? Because we got the greatest goddamn military in the world, and I don't give a fuck. Who's in control of the military? Ain't nobody coming over here to fuck with us. Y'all wanted to make the immigrants some type of threat to us, but it is the people that's inside the country that is the threat to the rest of us. So what are you talking about? I feel safe, nigga. I don't fear no other country come to do nothing to us. Nothing. The fuck is you talking about? The military. No, you don't like to see black military people in high rank. That's why you keep saying wokeness. You don't want to see gay people in high ranking or in the military. That's all that is. And like, listen, I'm going to say this to Mega again. If you don't want no color people, I'm sorry, minority people or black people or gay people in the military, you sign your ass up and go then. How about you do that? And I don't give a fuck. And I don't even know why black people go serve for this country. So I guarantee you they won't be saying woke no more. Let them fight. This mega country, right? All the megas out there. Get out there, get your kids ready, and have them sign up for the military, and y'all go fight. And black people, we just try to push our kids to go do something else. Nobody got time for this shit, nigga. I'm not in the space right now to give a fuck about mega. You want this shit? You go do it. Stop trying to get our motherfucking people to just be brainwashed. Get all the Mexicans and minority people that voted for you, ask them to sign up for it. Fuck out of here. Nobody got time for this shit. Whoa. Okay, cool, man. Whatever. Let's move on.
The generals at the top of the military do need to have the capacity to execute our defense policy and his vision for how we defend this nation. And if they can't do that,
First of all, the one thing about the president, people don't realize this. They want him to be a dictator. You do never hear, let me explain something to y'all. You don't hear Democrat people speaking like this about generals or the military. You never hear them speak about this. It's always Republicans talking about you got to do the agenda that we want, the agenda that the president want. What if his agenda is fucked up and can get us in wars? But then they're going to try to blame the Democrats for it. Like, listen, let me just say this. I want the megas to get everything they want and see how that work out for you. Y'all got the House, y'all got the Senate, and y'all got the presidency. Pass y'all shit. We're going to be in a recession by year 3, people. I think it'll be in 2 years. He going to fuck this country up. Because of people like Scott Jennings. Like these dudes, you work for the Bush administration, nigga. You seen what the type of... Okay. We'll see how this works. I thought we was about America. Why we give a fuck about sending out troops anywhere? Y'all don't want to deal with our real allies. Y'all want to fuck with dictators. I don't understand, bro. You got to make your mind up. And let me just say, as an American citizen, I don't believe any of you megas. You want peace. No, you don't. You don't even want peace in the country. You want only way peace you want is to have everybody kiss your white asses. And that ain't happening. Now, you may get some of these minorities that may do that shit and a couple of these coon-ass Negroes, but the black community ain't kissing your ass like that. Fuck that. And I don't know, you can kick all these immigrants out there. Who you think gonna work these jobs? It ain't gonna be us. You won't see us working in no motherfucking fields. Yo, that's what they think this is a game. We back, people. We got the right president in there. We back. Okay, cool. All that shit y'all want to do. I keep asking all these megas, why y'all ain't living in red states? Why y'all living in blue states? If it's so bad there, take your ass to the red states and get that shit. You ain't gonna have no choice sooner or later. The blue states already told you. We don't give a fuck about Trump deportation bullshit. You gotta come through us, and we wish you would. And mega, y'all think y'all so tough, get on the front line. Don't hide behind the police, get on the front line. Take your kids out there with you. And see what happened to you. You wanted the Civil War so bad, go ahead. I want y'all to get everything y'all think y'all want. And y'all gonna fuck around and find out. Let's move on.
Then that's a problem. And they should not be trying to substitute their own judgment. So there is some, I think, utility in the commander-in-chief reviewing.
The one thing I did want to say about that. The president, these military generals and people, they are highly qualified. Probably more qualified than anybody in this country about the military. Not the president. Not Scott Jennings and all these other fucking stupid people on TV talking this shit. I don't give a fuck if you served. If you ain't never made it to the status of the generals and none of that shit, you're not qualified like them. Sorry, you know how to serve, but you don't know how to be generals and how to run shit. You ain't 5-star generals and shit like that. I don't understand. But the president don't know shit. I don't give a fuck what president you put in there. They don't know. Listen, they do not know how the military. They're not as qualified as generals in the military. They're just not. That's why they have their own division, because the president ain't that qualified. But anyway, let's move on, man.
The people at the top of the military and saying, can we work together? I don't think there's anything wrong
I
with it.
didn't really hear an answer to my question.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
Yeah, well, let me just say, for one, that the military has long been woke. For instance, the military was the first institution in the United States to integrate. It was one of the first places to have integrated housing, to enforce integrated schools on the base, to actually enforce the fair housing law when people were trying to rent to soldiers, and saying if someone were found violating that law, that the military could not allow any soldiers. So the idea that there's something wrong with being woke, when in fact what that means is the military that's trying to reflect a multiracial country that has a lot of different types of people who have to come.
But ma'am, you speak truth and facts, and you know the history. He knows it too. The problem is they don't want that anymore. I think people need to just understand this. They don't want that anymore. They like segregating. They like to mistreat people that don't look like them. They want to go back to when they thought America was great. When it was okay to look at people that or people that was poor, or people that was less fortunate, or people that didn't look like them, or didn't believe in what they believed, which is whiteness over everything. They want to go back to that. Listen, Scott Jennings knows exactly what you're talking about. He knows you're telling the truth. They don't want to evolve. They want to go backwards. And that's where we are right now. We're getting ready to go backwards. Not forward. Regardless if you think about Democrats or Biden or Obama or Vice President Harris, whatever you think about them, even Nancy Pelosi to a certain extent, whatever you think about them, they wanted to move the country forward. Now, we may not like some of the ways they wanted to go forward, but they wanted to go forward. These motherfuckers want to go backwards, and that's where we're going to go. Sorry. The people that stayed home, the people that voted for this shit, I don't want to hear no complaints. It's no complaining. People, you're not going to hear me complain about anything, because they're getting what they want. They voted for this. This is what it's going to be. I'm a realist. I know how to work around fuckery. That's my thing. And like I told you, I am not going to be oppressed by anybody. So I don't give a fuck what they do. And I hope you have the same mind state that I have. But they don't want to go. They don't want diversity. They already said it. They don't want DEI. They don't like it. The white people, like Scott Jennings, feel discriminated against. But his white ass is sitting there. He don't want to be amongst all these black. He don't like that black host, Abby, right there. He don't like her being in control. He ain't got no show, but this black bitch do. He don't like that. That's why he frowns his face up and be condescending all the time. These dudes don't even want their own women that look like them, to be successful as them. So you think they give a fuck about minorities and black people? Really? Okay, cool. Shout out to my brother talking in the building. What up, Tuck? Make sure you guys go to my brother Talking to Grubbin Media YouTube channel. He does the sports over there. Shit's sad, man.
Who have to come together and learn how to work together in the national defense. Actually, racial polarization is bad for military strength, and it's been used against this country many times by our adversaries, including in recent elections. So I think this idea that we can purge woke from the military is actually ahistoric, and I also think it's dangerous because while he's saying he's going to purge woke, what he really wants is to purge any generals who might actually stop him from using the military against the American people and in ways that the military is not supposed to be used.
Such as he threatened with General Milley. If he didn't like what General Milley said, and he decided he would like to see General Milley court-martialed because of what he advocates and what he said about
and let's just say this too about Trump. Trump wants to be a dictator. So if you can, which he is the commander-in-chief, if he can control the military with no feedback from them, right? Like top generals or whoever, right? And we have the most powerful military in the world. If he can control that, then he can control the country. Right? So that's all Trump is trying to do. That's his agenda. Scott Jennings knows that, but Scott Jennings don't have a problem with that because he already feels like my whiteness protects me from that. So he's just going to go at the woke people or the DEI people, which is really for niggers and other minority groups in a way, right? So that's all that is. Like, people don't let these people try to explain or say shit to try to go over your head because they're using certain words. We get down to the nitty gritty. That's basically what that is. If Trump can control the military and he had the right people that he can control, and that's going to yes sir, yes sir, yes sir, with anything he wants, then he can take the military and use it on the rest of us in the country that disagree with him. Because he wants to be a dictator. He wants to be like Putin. So he can control, Putin controls his military. He controls his government. He control the people there. Because everybody gets in line. And if he got enough people that he know he can get them in line on what he wants to do, then he got control of the country. Just go and look at documentaries and educate yourself on dictators. That's what they go for first, really. They go for the military. Slowly, they break that shit down. It's like Hitler, what Hitler did. Like, Putin ain't no different than Hitler. Lil Kim over there, he ain't no different. China is doing it step by step. They're doing it. That motherfucker ready to take over that shit. He basically kind of runs China, but now it's going to get to a point where he runs all that. And then ain't nobody in the country can do or say anything. That's just how it is, because he controls everything. If you can brainwash the military, which they already partly are, right? If you can fully brainwash them, and if you have time to do it, right? You can control the country now. He got more than half of the people in the, well, shit, no, he still got half of the, he got the same, everybody kept thinking Trump blew Vice President Harris out. He really didn't. He got the same shit he got last time, right? Because he won a popular vote too. But that's because 20-something million people didn't vote last time, like they did last time. 20 people didn't vote, stayed home. And like I told you, they was kicking people off the registration. So a lot of times when people went to go find out could they vote, it was at the last minute they couldn't do it. Because it does take a process to re-register. Because you got to go through a process. And it wasn't like they let people know that they kicked people off kick people out of the registration. People went to go find out when they wanted to go, when they were trying to go vote early a lot of the times. Trump didn't get a whole bunch of votes like people thought. Like he so outperformed her. He did not. He got the same shit he got when he went up against Biden. That's all. If a lot of people wouldn't have stayed the fuck home, and a lot of the white women would have stepped up, he still would have lost if white women would have stepped up. But they didn't. So blame the election on white women. Sorry.
President Trump. First of all, the military, we've seen time and again, is the most admired institution in the United States. And not only is it admired, it's things that we really criticize, for instance, the Iraq War, it's not the product of the military. It's the product of the President of the United States.
And you know why the military is well respected from a lot of people? Because a lot of American people have people that served or serving, right? And even though I don't blame the military people, the people that's in the military. I don't blame them for a lot of fucked up shit happening, right? But you blame the people that's like the generals. You know why they do what they do, right? So of course the military is not going to get the backlash like they supposed to, but they shouldn't in a way because they only doing what they're told. That is probably the most dictator type of shit in the country at this point. It's beloved, but it's a dictator. It's a dictator system. Like, them military people don't got no say, nigga. They don't. Them soldiers, they ain't got no say. They are doing what they are told to do. They are programmed. Nigga, when they go to boot camp, all that shit, they are being programmed to obey and do what the fuck they supposed to do. They're one of those entities in the country that no matter if it's right or wrong, they fall in line. No matter what. Like if you're a police officer, right, and you see some fucked up shit, you can do complaints. You might get some backlash, but if you don't say nothing, you just don't like how the system is doing, you can quit. The military, you can't quit that. You can't quit the military. Once you signed up, nigga. If you try to quit, go AWOL or whatever, nigga, they going, it's like treason. They gonna arrest your ass. Just being real. But anyway, let's move on.
States. Vietnam, disaster. That was not the product of GIs or generals. It was the product of the President of the United States. So the whole idea of the military
and not just the president, the Congress, because a lot of them had to go along with that shit. Because they the ones that can be like, all right, they declare war. Now Bush can go over and do some fuck shit, and then he go back to Congress and lie to Congress about the Iraq shit, and they just believe the shit or whatever, and then they pass the go to war policy, and then we at war. That's how that goes. So it ain't just the president, nigga. It is Congress. That's why I said you're gonna get everything you want. People got a real problem with Israel doing what they doing. Oh, nigga, Israel get ready to go harder. More innocent people get ready to die. All them Arab Americans and all you motherfucking Pakistanians or whoever it is, all you motherfuckers, some of you motherfuckers that voted for Trump, think he gonna bring peace? You stupid as shit. You get ready to fuck around and find out too. So-called Muslim Americans, all you motherfuckers, you get ready to find out. Oh, she went harder on Israel. Well, he get right back Israel 100%. And the Congress, the whole government. So, like I said, I ain't complaining about none of that shit. This is what y'all wanted. This is what you get.
Being corrupted by these generals. In fact, the kind of education, military and historic and diplomacy and warfare that these generals get is probably the most unique education system in our culture.
But I don't
And
understand.
I said that. When you're talking about diplomacy, you're talking about a lot of shit going around the world. They're more qualified than some of these politicians y'all putting in office. I'm telling y'all, even the president, they're more educated. They're more qualified. Because you know why? Because they've been there. The president don't go to these countries like that. And then when the president does go, or any of these politicians go, they are protected. These soldiers, these soldiers in general, nigga, they got their feet on the ground, boots on the ground, nigga, they out there. They know what's going on. They're going really back and forth with the terrorists or whoever you think is an enemy. They know. But nah, we keep putting these wrong politicians in there, and like I said, you did it again, and we put them in there again, and now y'all gonna fuck around and find out. Let's move on.
I don't understand what you mean by woke. You're talking about racial integration, and I think that makes sense. But is that what you define woke as? I'm curious.
Well, I was referring to the
I don't know, I'm
criticism
referring to what he
of
said.
General Milley.
I think what President Trump and what a lot of Republicans are fearful of is that the core mission of the military, to fight wars and to defend the country, sometimes takes a back seat to trying to overlay social and cultural programs.
First of all, number one, it's supposed to. Because y'all work for us. Who you think pays for the military? We do. So, we don't want our soldiers out there killing innocent people or being a part of that shit. That's on just, that ain't social justice shit. That's just humane shit. People being human beings. So, yeah, we should, it should be because of what we want. We pay for this shit. We're sending out men, women, and children to go fight that shit or not fight it. So yes, it should matter what we say. Basically what he's saying, the Republicans got a problem with the people having a say. And then we want certain people in positions that represent what we're saying. That's the problem. Really? Okay. All right, man. Shout out to Brother Bell. What's going on, Brother Bell? Come on, man. He's trying to make it about, the woke generals and all that shit. He's basically talking about the American people that don't want war and don't want our fucking men, women, and children going out there fighting unnecessary wars and getting involved in shit. Because they wind up dying too. But that's not what this is really about. You don't give a fuck about the men, women, and children because you keep talking about the wars they got to get in. What wars? Listen, our military should not be involved in what's going on with Russia and Ukraine, what's going on with Israel and Ghana, and Hamas. We shouldn't be involved in that. That got nothing to do with us. So no. And we supposed to be diplomatic. That's the whole point of our military as well. Listen, see, they don't want a president or a military to try to de-escalate situations. They want to just get and go to war and want us to pick a side. Let me explain something to y'all too. In certain other democracy countries, right? And they're most likely our allies. This shit doesn't happen in their country where they're going to war, their country going to war with terrorists and shit like that. Like it's another country powerful enough to go to war with them. That's not happening. Right? Israel is different because this is the only reason with Israel is different. Because Israel has they it's complicated. I don't want to get too deep in it, but it's to the point on some religious shit, right? And they're fighting over land, and they're fighting with another nationality of people, right? They feeling that, hey, Israel took some land from us. Israel feel that they taking land or they living on our land. It's shit like that going on, but it's deeper than that. So a lot of countries that's democracies, we already have what's ours, right? However you think we stole it or however you think, but we own it. It's our shit. We defend it. These motherfuckers in some of these other countries are fighting over land. We ain't fighting over that. Usually when you see our people go to war, it's usually because we're defending somebody else that maybe be an ally to us, right? Or we want some of their land, or we want to help control it. Like, it's always some shit like that. The whole 9/11 shit, it was very complicated, but then it wasn't. Because our government lied. Bush lied. So, it is what it is. People keep acting like these wars is happening, like this shit never happened before, or wasn't brewing up to be this again. America has never went to countries and been more of the de-escalating the situation. We usually go there and give a fuck what president it really was. We usually go to a lot of these fucking countries and just help. We pick a side and then we help that side take over. That's basically what usually it has been happening in the last 100 years. It just is what it is. And then people now, some people that is more informed and digging into their humanity, it's like, yo, enough of this shit. And then what happened is a lot of these countries that we did this shit to, a lot of their people are here and they're American citizens. So that's what they don't like. Now they're like voting and saying, hey, or educating the rest of us on how shit really is. So now we looking at our government like, really? Y'all doing this shit? Now people are more informed in a way. That's all this is. Listen, people, they get ready to dumb down this country even more. But this is what the country wanted.
Programming into the military that is commonly found at universities, commonly found in corporate America.
Where's the
Maybe-
evidence,
And
though?
maybe it's
I think
fine for that.
that's the
but
question that I have.
but that's what he resists in the federal bureaucracy, specifically in the military.
Is
And
there
so-
some truth in that?
Make it
That's
a
what he
little
wants.
white
That's his
space.
policy.
So basically you want to silence people's voice? That don't sound like democracy. That don't sound like freedom of speech. That sounds like you trying to cancel people. I don't know what they think a dictatorship is. It's about canceling people's voice. And because I disagree with you, I want to bring some type of harm to you or silence you so you can obey my opinion. That's not a democracy, bro. That's a dictatorship. But then, like I said, if you just listen to how Republicans speak about some of these issues, you can see how that religious part of them takes over. Listen, let me be very honest with y'all. Religion is a dictatorship. Honestly. You got a bunch of people that if you brainwash them enough, they will follow any and everything you say. regardless if it's true or not. Just is what it is. So,
Well, see,
That
and
he
that's
just
what-
wants to control it for himself so he can use it as he pleases. And we're using that
Just
term as
name the
woke for
woke
himself.
policy.
What are the
I'm
woke
gonna say,
policies that are
that's the
used?
question.
Are you referring to
What are the
DEI?
policies?
Yeah, I would say he would specifically name DEI.
And how has that harmed
How is that harmful?
the military prowess?
It-
Name something
He-
specific.
I think he would probably say, I mean, I don't speak for him, but I think he would probably say that
nobody asked you to speak for what Trump is saying. We asked you, what do that mean for you? Because you're the one bringing it up. You the one keep acting like you're a representative. But that's the type of games that these type of dudes play. Well, I can't speak for him. Well, you kind of are. Because you're here to defending some shit. If you can't speak for him, how the fuck do you know what he's saying? Or have an idea of what he's saying? If you're not speaking for him. So that means you don't speak to the president. You don't know. So you're giving opinions of saying, well, listen, this is what I think he's saying. Well, how you know that? Even for you to voice an opinion about something, if you don't know what somebody is saying, and you can't speak for them, then what are you saying? You're saying a bunch of nothing. But anyway, let's move on. But you heard him. He said DEI. I don't know what the fuck DEI got to do with the military of them not fighting. The problem is he don't want generals there to tell him we shouldn't go to war, we shouldn't bomb this and we shouldn't bomb that because that'll lead to this. He think that's DEI because you got people. Listen, the shit is not complicated, but the problem is when you got a person like this, like Scott Jennings, that is very intelligent. He's not stupid, but he's talking like he's stupid. He's saying dumb shit. So he's talking down. I mean, like he's not talking down, but he's talking on a level where people don't really, he know these people don't understand shit. The voters. And they don't know how shit works. He does in a way. He knows more than what they know, but he's trying to pretend that he doesn't know. So it's almost like he placating to stupid people, which is that's a bad combination of shit. But anyway, let's move on.
any policy that doesn't prioritize getting the military into a position to fight wars and defend America, anything else that's ancillary to that,
What does
or that may be
DEI have to do with that,
or that
though?
may be detrimental to that, should be set aside. That's what he believes.
So you
First of all, what is it though? What is stopping our military from going to war or knowing how to fight? They get trained every day. DEI is not stopping that. This is what I hear, right? Because, listen, I think I'm a rational thinker, right? Listen, this is what I hear. I hear he just want the military to do whatever the fuck the president wants them to do, regardless if it's wrong or right. He don't want them to think for themselves. He don't want the general to think. Just whatever Trump says, that's what you do. That's a dictatorship, bro. You want our men and women and our generals that serve in the military to be heartless. That's all that shit sounds like to me. But mind you, these are pro-life, so-called pro-life people. DEI is not stopping soldiers if they get they get something from the top to say, y'all go out there and kill. You think that DEI shit gonna kick in like, oh, well, you know, with diversity. these people are like us. Motherfuckers that's terrorists, or they just like us. No, they not. The military don't think like that. First of all, a rational human being knows better than that. Listen, I love my people, right? But we know we got some bad apples. But I'm not ignorant enough because I love my people that I won't try not to de-escalate a situation, right? But at the same time, if it ain't got no choice but to do what I got to do, I'ma do it. That is what DEI is to them, right? They don't like that part. They just want you, no matter who it is, they the enemy, you go kill them, no de-escalation. That's why the police, the justice system the way it is. They don't care. They just look at you, you're a bad apple. I mean, you're a bad person because you broke a rule. When these motherfuckers are breaking rules too. They got a fucking criminal in office, but you want to tell us about moral high ground, about others that break rules. Shit, they just sent the dude that was working in the Pentagon for being a whistleblower. He possessed some shit, which he didn't. He really did break the law, but it was some shit that needed to be out there. Something bad was happening that we was doing, we was involved in, and he said something. They gave this motherfucker 15 years. Like I told y'all, that's why gangs exist in this country. The military is a gang. The government is a gang. The police is a gang. All these people that you think that they got all these moral high grounds, they live off, like, it's like street code shit. I don't understand why people, like, I know why people look down on gangs, but you don't look at this politics shit or these government officials like they're gang members, because they are. They do the same shit that gang members do. They got codes just like the gang members do. Back to blue. Nigga, that's gang shit. We back to blue. Nigga, listen. Listen, people. You in any criminal environment, right? You can find the good in it. You can find something good in it. Right? And something good, right? People could be doing, it could be people involved in there doing bad shit. You can find anything bad and good. That's just reality. You can find good and bad shit, and then you can find bad shit and good shit. That's just life. But a lot of people in this country try to move around on this weird ass moral high ground. And it's fucking society up in a way. It's no compromise in a way. Like, everything that's bad ain't always bad. That you perceive that's bad. It's not always bad. Let's move on.
So you have no actually.
TW, I know you want to get in there.
I just want to get more to a core issue, and I
don't think you heard what Carrie Champion said. She said, so basically you don't have any evidence of what the fuck you just said. What she doesn't. Listen, Trump supporters don't. All that shit they're speaking about is make pretend shit in their head that of like religious nut shit and weird ass partisan conservative whatever the fuck ideology. Because none of that shit makes any sense. Let me tell you why we have this so much of dividance between the country. It's because people live in bubbles. Listen, if you are poor, the poor people can't understand people that's not poor, right? That's not rich, but they ain't poor. They can't understand that. They have some similarities, but they can't understand it because they don't live in that bubble. And it's vice versa for some people that ain't poor, can't understand poor people fully. Similarities, but can't understand it, and don't give a fuck about those similarities. It's just that we don't live that type of lifestyle, so you can't genuinely understand the thought process of it, or you don't want to, because right, because you look down, right? People that's trying to keep their head above water or whatever, right? The rich people, you can't understand rich people because you ain't rich. You ain't never been rich. Rich people can't understand people that's trying to keep their head above water. They can't understand that. They just can't. I'm rich, nigga. I like, how could I understand what you're going through? I live in a bubble. I don't go buy groceries. I don't pay my bills. I got somebody to pay my bills for me. Ask some of these rich people when they have sat down with their accountant or the person that pays their bills. They're like, "Hey, let's shift this money here." Like, you sit down with an accountant, it's a little different because you shift and put money here, put money there. That's different. But paying bills, the rich people don't sit down with the people that they know. They got people for that to pay those bills. You're not talking, or you're not sending off money. You're not doing that as a rich person. You're not. You're not sitting down with people and saying, I need groceries. Usually rich people have people, they got a routine of people that got people in place to say, hey, when you see me going low on my stock, it's like a stock thing. See me going low on anything, buy more. They got a routine. If you ever look at, like, if you got like a subscribership, right? That's what rich people do, right? To keep you informed. You ain't got to know what you don't have to know what you going low on, right? Like, it automatically is going to come, right? Because you already plan for what you do. Your life is scheduled in a way. That's what rich people do. That's what being rich is. You ever go like to Amazon and you got some shit that you get and they say, do you want to subscribe? Want to be a subscriber? And you like thinking about it, like, nah, I don't think I want motherfucker to keep taking this shit out every month. I may not have this next month. A rich person ain't thinking like that. They are going to get exactly, yeah, put me down for the subscribers. Yeah, I get it every month. You get what I mean? People that got money, they're not thinking about, oh, well, I mean, I had this money, you know. You ain't thinking about your bills. Because it's going to get paid for. All you worrying about is making more money. You're not even worrying about how your money is really getting spent like that. Not really. When you know how people say, oh, this money gonna come out this certain time of the month, you know, like, your shit gonna come out. That's how rich people are. That's why I say, like, they're trying to make the middle class to feel that type of way about somehow being rich. And it's part of the technology too, but that's how rich people been for a long time. We're just starting to feel how rich people actually be rich. So you can get some type of similarity to it. When you ain't got to worry about it. It's like subscribing to some shit like, oh yeah, it come out every month, I'm cool with it. But when you plan for, like, yeah, this gonna come out every month, like a bill come out, yeah, this shit gonna get paid. But that's a real small percentage of people that does that type of shit. A lot of people don't do that. They're not subscribing to nothing. Like they say, are you okay every month for this money to come out every month at this time? A lot of people like, nah, fuck that. Like, I'm not doing that. They give you options for it, right? Some people like, nah, fuck that. But people that's got a little money, they feeling themselves, got a little paper, making some paper, they got money coming in all the time. They're like, yeah, go ahead, take that shit out every month. But the average person, I don't do that, but I'm just saying, my shit don't, like I got certain shit that I do that because I know regardless, I can pay it. But certain shit, no. Because I don't know, see, I'm very skeptical about that shit because I never know what's going to, like, a situation could come up, right? So, you just don't know. I'm the type motherfucker, I'm still in that mind state of, let me know when the bill is coming. You get what I mean? The one thing about me, I like to get, like, if I got the money right there and there and I know a bill coming up, I'll pay that bitch off. Right? I'll pay it off. Sometimes you'll wait because you may got some shit popping that you want to do. Right? But a lot of times, if I got the extra money and I know a bill coming up, like my internet bill, I know that motherfucker coming up, I'll pay it early. I won't wait till it get down to the date of my bill. Like, you get what I mean? Or the week of the bill or some shit. I wouldn't do that. Like, sometimes I'll just be like, man, fuck that. I'm going to pay the bill. Like, I know my internet bill coming up soon. That shit most likely going to get paid for this check. Right? Like, you know, you do shit like that. Regardless that I know that I got money coming in next week and I can pay it, but I'm going to pay it now because I don't want to be worried about it. So I can do that, right? Some people can't. Some people will take that shit all the way down to the date, and some people get extensions and shit like that. That happens. But people got to understand that. Like even if you gotta be like, even if you got some bills that you can be like, all right, yeah, take that out every month. But it's gonna be some bills that you ain't gonna do that with. Right? So you're not rich. Even if you're making a little money. You're not. Got a little something in the savings. It ain't like a rich person. A rich person don't give a fuck about that. Yeah, take it out every month. They ain't even worrying about if they ain't gonna have the money or not, because they know they're gonna have the money. But that's why I said it's a difference, bro. Like, people just don't really understand the difference of why people treat each other the way they treat each other, because it's a class thing too. And then you throw on top of that with racism and bigotry and selfishness. Like, yo, that's why people treat each other the way they do. It's not a real big culture thing like people think. It's just about survival. The difference between like racist white people and other racist minority groups, right? White people already feel entitled, right? No matter if they're poor or rich, right? They already feel entitled because of how the country been, right? It's a history behind that. So a white poor person think they're better than another poor black or minority person. It just is what it is. A gay white dude think that he's more important than a gay black dude. It just is what it is. People don't really want to be real about this. If say it's one rich ass black person and he's amongst a whole bunch of other rich black people, he's outnumbered, so he knows how to play the game, right? But the whole time, it may be about at least a little bit, half or a little more than half of those rich white people plotting on that motherfucker to get rid of him because they just offer him being black. No matter how they, like, people be trying to act like, oh, race don't matter. It does. They like the good old boy club. Nigga, they don't want to see no minorities and black people in their atmosphere. Thinking and walking around with their shoulders all broad up. Nigga, no, we do that because in white people's society, right, in their mind, in their history, they already think they're better. And listen, some white people will tell you, I don't think that, but consciously, in the back of their mind, they may not be consciously aware of it, but that's just how they are, because that's just been the state of this country. But, you know, you can't bring common sense to people like that. And the bad part about it is that black people knows this, right? Even for the white people that's not, like, they don't think that, right? Or they not conscious of it. We know that regardless because of our history. So I told you, nobody can tell black people what's racist and what's not. We know what it is. I don't give a fuck if we hung around white people all our life. We will figure out that we're different. That it's gonna be somebody gonna let us know. Gonna put us in our place. In that point of view, right? Or how they think. But, you know, we got a bunch of Negroes moving around acting like they included, but okay, cool.
Foolish bring up history sitting next to the esteemed Carl Bernstein, but I think you would agree that it's not unusual for a president to have deep distrust on his military apparatus.
Well, MacArthur
Right.
and Truman.
Absolutely.
Certainly.
And the article, the Wall Street Journal's article, cites George Marshall's plan where he was plucking out senior officers to replace with junior officers. There is a precedent for the commander.
This is not about that. This is about they don't like that the country and the entities in the country is people that's in these entities or whatever it is in the country, right? That are trying to make it more inclusive, right? Like, if you ask MAGA, as a whole, would they prefer to see a woman in the military? You're going to get a very high percentage of that. You're going to get probably about a 70 to 75% that says no, they don't want women in the military. And they're going to give you the reasons why, but the main reason is because they're sexist, right? And that's just how the country was, how it's been built. Like, you know what I mean? It's generations of brainwashing, right? But if you ask Democrats or people that's not Republicans, it may be about 35 to 40%, because you do have male chauvinists, you know, on the left or whatever, right? It just is what it is, and it's all because we've been programmed and raised a certain type of way to think that, nah, you don't want to have women in the military. And it's no different now. They don't want women in the military. Now, if they was in the military just to cook or something like that, they ain't got no problem with that. If the women just was in the military to give some men some pussy, they wouldn't have a problem with that either. Right? Of course, they don't want gay people there. Right? Because they're uncomfortable around gay people. That just is what it is. They wouldn't mind black people being in the military or other minorities, long as that they get more favoritism. Talking about the white people, get more favoritism than the blacks and the minorities. It just is what it is with MAGA and conservative people. It just is what it is. I don't know why people act like this is complicated. It's really not.
Commander-in-Chief, and through his ancillaries, to push for a clearing of House. Now, a lot of presidents talk about it. he's the only one who's going to act on it.
The president has the authority to begin with.
Right.
This is a fake to begin with.
Can I
This
just
is a
speak-
show. This is about
let me
show
speak to the-
trials.
Let me just speak to the elephant in the
I
room.
would not go that
This
far.
is about a show
Carl and
trial.
TW, let me just add one thing here. I think that what everybody's dancing
It
around
is,
when
and
Trump-
right, and Abby get ready to get to us. They dancing around it. Listen, it's like the other guy said. This is a show trial. The president already has the power, right? The problem is that is he incompetent enough to lead the military? That's number one. Then number two is, listen, you can't have a president that doesn't listen to his troops. Like if you the leader of a gang, if you're not listening to your second in command or your third or even your fourth or fifth in command, you're not listening to any of them, and they're telling you they out there like that. Nigga, you protected. We protecting you. You're not listening to them. They out there in the field. Right? If you're not listening to them, then you say, no, this is what we gonna do, and then they do it and shit go wrong, then how you gonna blame them? Because the buck stops with you then. So that's what I'm saying at the end of the day. This is what they want. Trump want to do this, go ahead and do it. But the buck stops with you. You can't blame the generals. You can't blame everybody else. The buck stops with you. So shit go left, it's Trump. I don't want to hear Trump supporters making excuses. We blaming Trump. If he get all the shit that he want and get everything in place the way he want it, and y'all think it's cool, then when shit go bad and shit go left, I don't want to hear no complaining, because this is what he wanted. And he didn't want to listen to the people that got the experience. He wanted yes men. He got them. So it just is what it is. Let's move on.
is when Trump and his allies say, we're going to go after woke in the military. Usually woke is a code name for diversity. Diversity is a code for people of color. There are already not that many people of color in the 3- and 4-star general ranks. So if that is the mandate, to go after people who care about diversity, what do you think is going to be the end result of that?
I don't think that's true.
I just think we should contemplate what is the
He
end.
tried to lie and say, oh, I don't think that's true. But you can't explain what... See, that's the problem I'm having. You can't explain wokeness. You can't explain DEI. But you're telling me that he's fighting against the DEI and wokeness. But you can't explain it. But then you say, I don't think that's what that is. Well, what is it then? You can't explain it. So, rational human beings like me only can come to the conclusion of what Abby just said. It's not like why I'm trying to complicate and ruin my brain cells for trying to understand nonsense that you can't explain. You know what's wrong with white people? I'm gonna be real. You know what's wrong with white people? Their history, regardless if it's white Americans or whatever, right, or if they white Europeans, whatever they is, right? All their culture is fucked up. It's always about oppressing others to get on top and get what they want. And the problem with that is, and this goes for all white people, the problem that white people have is trying to separate themselves from it, but at the same time know that they still surround themselves with them same type of people and it could be their family members or friends. And they don't want to alienate them because they look like them and their family. So they a lot of them are stuck in a real difficult position. But until you admit it, that's the first step. Admit it. Then it's a conversation to have. But if white people do not want to admit that what I just said, then we're back to square one. And this is what that election showed me. We're back to square one. You don't want to admit the history of your own history. You want to whitewash it, make up shit to make yourselves feel better about yourself or the people that you know that's like that, but you ain't really like that, but you know, they my family, you know, how can I turn my back? Okay. Listen, the most beautiful thing about black people, we're not complicated, right? We know our history. A lot of us, I ain't gonna say all of us, but a lot of us know our history. And we understand certain shit. We're realists, right? We know our history. A lot of us know our history. So it's like, we're not trying to act like we ain't our people or some of our people wasn't a part of certain fucked up shit. Like, you get what I mean? It's like, come on, bro. Like, you have to admit flaws. The problem with white people, they don't like to admit flaws. They don't like to admit the behavior of their ancestors or where they come from. They don't want to do that. They want to whitewash everything. Everything's all good. You know, I'm not a racist, but I say racist shit, but I have racist policies that discriminate against people that don't look like me because I'm uncomfortable. It's like, yo, what? I'm not a bigot. Like that. Well, listen. And then when you got certain people that says they're religious as well, of the same religions that say we disagree with your bigoted ideology, then now they're the enemy. Instead of sitting down and have a conversation about it. So I just don't get it. You can't have it both ways. You can't tell me you ain't a bigot or racist, but you don't want to have conversations or sit down and try to work it out with the people that disagree with you. The country only can be better if everybody do what you want them to do. That's not a democracy, that's a dictatorship. That's censorship, which you keep saying that you don't want. And I think what you're trying to do, and you get mad at the other side for doing that. But anyway, let's move on.
What is the end result of Trump going after 3- and 4-star generals? There are not that many of them. Not that many of them that are people of color. Anyone who prioritizes diversity in the military is going to be on the chopping block.
I think we're all on our jump to conclusions. Matt's here if you want to talk about Office Space. I think we haven't seen the order.
It's all
we
bullshit.
Don't know.
It's all bullshit. He's mad comfortable. You notice he usually get very aggressive and very more, and like he usually. I've been watching Scott Jennings for a while. He's very defensive and all this other shit. Now, everybody's jumping to conclusions of what Trump is going to do and what not going to do. Okay, bro. That's because y'all know y'all got some shit. It's coming. Right? Mind you, it's think tanks behind this shit too. He knows this shit is coming. Everything that everybody's saying on this panel, he knows coming. So he's trying to pretend like we don't know what Trump going to do. Yeah, you do. You do. You do. You're trying to make it seem like everybody else is jumping to conclusions, but we're just listening to what he said and the people that he's putting in these positions and the policies. We're supposed to ignore what he says because we don't know what he's going to do. Bullshit. So We only should pay attention to the people that disagree with you, that they're saying what they're going to do, right? But Trump says some shit. He's not really saying that. He's not going to do that. We don't know if he's going to do that. Listen, it's all racist games. That's racist games. People that like to pretend that they ain't racist or whatever, and they know that they're racist and bigots, right? They play these little games. That's racist games. Because, see, he's at a table with people that is just as highly intelligent as he is, so he play racist games. Well, we don't know. We're jumping to conclusions. We ain't jumping to conclusions. So when Trump does do it, you're going to make excuses for why he did do it. So it doesn't, like I say, it doesn't matter what Trump does. For them, because regardless, Trump is going to do something that he want Trump to do. They want a dictator. This is the definition of cult-like shit. It doesn't matter what the person does, right or wrong. You will find a way. If it's wrong, you're going to make an excuse for it. If it's right, you're going to be praising it. So regardless, you're still praying him regardless if he did something wrong. And even if he did something wrong, you try to bring out all the good shit he did. So it doesn't matter about the bad shit he just did. That's the racist game they play. But like I said, I'm highly fucking intelligent, and I know better. I know when somebody is a con artist, a bullshit artist. I know when somebody's fucking just sitting there blatantly lying. Because you listen to them, it don't make sense. And I read people very well. Like, get the fuck out of here, bro. Talking that shit. We don't know what Trump gonna do. Yeah, all right, you keep telling yourself that and keep telling MAGA that. And MAGA gonna fuck around, find out. Remember they kept talking about the terrorists and all that shit? Trump said it ain't gonna affect us. And they believed it. And now these motherfuckers in Pennsylvania, I think it's Pennsylvania, these workers, the company told them, hey man, we ain't giving y'all seasonal bonuses this year. Because because of these tariffs that made your rate come down. Now these motherfuckers out here crying. Oh, these tariffs. You didn't give a fuck about them tariffs. You didn't care about policy. That's why I said they don't know nothing about policies. MAGA don't know shit about policy. The voters, they don't know shit. We was trying to tell y'all. I'm sorry, you don't believe in the system. Oh, but when your boss come tell you, hey, these tariffs, I can't give y'all bonus this year because of these tariffs. You believe him? You believe him though. But the motherfuckers that actually does this shit, that's qualified for it, you don't believe it, is a part of the government. Now they out here crying. I ain't getting my bonus, man. This is fucked up. Yeah. We tried to tell you. And some more shit coming down the pipeline. Stupid. You motherfuckers keep thinking coal and all that shit coming back. Okay, cool. Let's move on.
We don't know what's going to come of this. What we do know is that Donald Trump has said he would like to have generals at the top of the military who see eye to eye with him about our national defense policy and the posture of our armed forces. That's
and what the fuck
know.
do that? What do that even mean? Listen. What do that even mean? Listen, people, if I'm in a position of power like that, yes, you want people on the same page as you, right? But you don't want a bunch of people around you that just agree with everything that you're saying, because it could be bad for business. Listen, here's the last administration he had a bunch of people that was around him that was, a lot of them was very a lot of them was very unqualified for the positions that they were in, right? He has some now, he gonna have some now too as well, but the difference is that now he only got yes men. He had a few that was highly qualified, and the ones that was highly qualified went against what he was saying. Now he has people, he gonna have some people that's qualified to do certain shit, right? But he's not gonna have, like he had last time, highly qualified people. And regardless if they even highly qualified, they are loyalists to him. And he's gonna, listen, he's gonna put a lot of people in positions of power in our government to do certain shit that's not nowhere highly qualified. Probably not even qualified, but they're loyalists. That's dangerous. Because that means they're only going to listen to him. They're not going to give him suggestions or anything like that. Trump just going to do what Trump going to do. And let me just say this. I don't fuck with Mitch McConnell and a couple of them Republicans that's in the Senate. I don't fuck with none of them. But I'm just saying, I don't fuck with them at all. But don't be surprised that, because they always talking about Mitch McConnell is getting, he got a coup going on. Like, Trump may not get a lot of shit done. That's why I said that's the good thing about democracy. He may not get a lot of fuck shit like y'all think he gonna do. I'm just telling y'all that now. Because believe it or not, that shit is a little too more extreme for some of them Republicans. And let me tell you something. Because it's going to happen. Trump is going to do shit or try to push for shit that's going to be bad for the corporations that that a lot of them Senate or House Republicans, they get donations from them corporations that can fuck their business up. And that's where the tension going to come in at. That's why Trump may not get to pass a lot of shit y'all think he going to pass. I'm just telling y'all that now. Oh, this is going to be a long 4 years, people. But this is going to be the longest 4 years of any president. Because of the fucked up shit that Trump is trying to do. And Republicans, a lot of them. Because none of this shit makes any sense. A lot of what they're talking about don't make no sense at all. That shit sounds like dictatorship. That's all it sounds like. Policies, all of that shit. Got stays. Louisiana talking about niggas got to stand up. Had a 10 commandments. Like, yo, what the fuck are you talking about? Everybody ain't religious. You're just gonna make people be religious and say shit that they don't want to say? It's unconstitutional. Keep your religion to yourself. That's why the shit was out. The national, all that shit was out of public schools. So the people that pay, everybody pay taxpayer money for public schools or schools. The people that is not religious still paying for your ideology? Nah, that shit don't make no sense. That don't make no sense at all, people. Let's move on.
We know.
We just played the clip where he talked about.
And to jump ahead of that.
We just played the clip, Scott, where he talked about woke 1,000 times. You cannot take that out of the equation. That is a big part of the mandate.
I'm not taking it out of the
And so
equation.
the question is,
Yeah,
what is
you
the
are.
concrete consequence of it for a military that is already struggling with adequately promoting people who are already within their ranks, right? And are not making it up to those high ranks.
My assumption is that the consequence will be that the generals who want to execute on the commander-in-chief's vision will be just fine, and the people who just can't see eye to eye with the concept of a civilian
in
military
the
won't.
United
That's my
States
view.
military, if you are not waving a Donald Trump flag,
Correct.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, this is
In short.
If you read the Wall Street Journal article, there are
Right,
people
and that's all.
quoting
No, first of all, and that's all Scott is saying. He's saying if you're not kissing Donald Trump ass, you're a bad general or whoever. You bad. You horrible. You ain't shit. John Kelly, he's stupid. All that, like, all the people that try to stop him from doing stupid shit and didn't agree with all the fuck shit he was doing. They unqualified. They stupid people. Listen, Trump is not qualified to run the country. Number one. Then number two, he's not qualified to run the military. Like, are y'all crazy? No, we ain't failed Vice President Harris. Ain't nobody failed her. No, the Democrat Party failed her. I haven't even did a video on that yet. Because I ain't even burned the Democrats up yet. But they get ready to get burnt up very, very soon. This shit is stupid. I don't even know why we... Like, yo, let's move on.
people quoted in there who talk about this.
Well, Chief Staff
Who
of the
worry about
the
this.
Air Force
Yeah.
has cited that this is aimed partly at him and to make an example of him. Now, I don't know that that's the case.
He is going to obliviate.
Just ridiculous. Just ridiculous. Let's go to a quick commercial break, people. We'll be right back. All right, people, we back from a quick commercial break. Make sure you guys hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the bell button so you guys get the live streams when we go live, people. And if you can, donate to the channel. Go to OBF The Real Cash App and donate to the channel, people. We highly appreciate anything you guys could donate to the channel. Need more information to subscribe and donate to the channels down there strolling below the screen. Make sure you guys hit the like button when you come in and out of the building. Make sure you guys share the videos, man. It keeps the movement pushing. Yeah, man, these people are, they listen, and the bad part about it is that you still got these bad Trump actors on CNN, on national platforms, still continue to lie. And it's a disservice to the American people that this is why media for me is not to be trusted. Because they are putting people on there, and even though you got people on there fighting back, you're still giving these people an opportunity. These people are conspiracy theorists. These people have a cult-like mentality that they just keep speaking lies. Like, I don't know how you can sit down with people that continue to keep lying to you, to your face. Like, you get what I mean? It was some shit that it was a family member of mine, but they was from like Harford County or some shit, right? And I ain't seen these people. I don't remember who they was, right? But I could not what's the name? I couldn't remember who they was, and then they start saying certain shit, and then I remember them, and then I made a joke of like, cause she was like, yeah, cause I told you it's a part of my family that look like me, but they Barack Obamas, right? And they daddy white and all that shit, whatever, right? But you know what I mean? And she says something crazy. I was like, yeah, so you're a Barack Obama and shit. I was just trying to be funny and shit, but she was like, oh, I hate that nigga. What? Like, yeah. Yo, first of all, like, listen, I already tune people out when they start saying they hate people. Honestly. And I tried to get out the fucking conversation, but she kept trying to talk to me and shit. Fuck out of here. Like, I'm just like that type of person. Right? But it is what it is, man. But people, let's get into this January 6th shit and what Trump is getting ready to do. They going to deny this too, but Trump already said he was going to do it, so they probably deny this too. But let's get into it. No, listen, it was, Andrew, it was white women responsibility. Don't put this on black women. We can, listen, you can separate black people from that, black women from this election. And black people, period. This was up to other races of women and white women. This ain't got nothing to do with us. The women failed. The other women failed. Our black women ain't failed. They did their part. Shout out to Henderson. Shot if racism start to come out. It's already happening. It's already happening. Like, y'all, hey, man. Y'all must not be paying attention. It's already happening. You had a white Trump supporter, I think it was in New York. A white Trump supporter, white dude, was in this black woman's face talking about he was going to physically whip her ass. She stood her ground, but and then finally, after a while when he got too aggressive or something like that, then another white Trump supporter came in and stepped in and pushed him away. Like, you should have been stopped that shit. Like the being another, like you know how like a bitch ass man that you are, but you're a man. To be in a woman's face disrespecting a woman like that shit is crazy, bro. That shit is crazy. But I keep telling y'all, don't be shocked of anything that happened. Y'all should not be shocked of anything that comes from these racist ass mega people. I'm just telling you. I just tell people, don't interact with them. Don't act like we gotta. If they got Trump flags up, mega flags, and Confederate flags up, do not go in them stores and be a part of that shit. Don't spend your money there, like, because it's starting to happen now where they're starting to see that people are not buying. That we found out that they was MAGAs because like the stupid MAGA people, they think shit is like gravy, right? Like they won something. You didn't win nothing. You just fucked your pockets up. And so some of these businesses and shit that put Trump flags up, Trump 2024, make America great again, and women for Trump and all. Okay, cool. When people stop buying and stop supporting your shit, you'll see. It's already having an effect. So, it just is what it is. But let's get into January 6th shit. Trump said he was going to pardon the January 6th people. And this is how they feel. These motherfuckers still... Never mind. Let's just move. Let's just listen to this shit. Read that.
Donald Trump's most loyal supporters expect him to honor one of his campaign promises to pardon January 6th rioters, but that could upset some voters and even some of Trump's allies. CNN senior correspondent Donnie O'Sullivan with the latest.
Today was amazing. Woke up with the President of the United States, the rightful president, back in his spot. And today, after 828 days, we're going to pop some champagne and raise a glass to President Trump.
This is the mother of Ashley Babbitt.
Now, listen, let me just say this too, right? If Vice President Harris won, nigga, it'd be a whole bunch of people out, like, celebrating. Did you notice that it wasn't that big of a celebration with Trump? Trump MAGA wasn't out there really like that. But if Vice President Harris would have won, boy, it'd been parades and all types of shit going on. Just telling y'all that now. Just being real. But like I said, a part of me is glad that she lost because I need people to really genuinely see what this country really genuinely is at its core. Right? America is really, really mega. People been faking and frauding for a long time or pretending that they're not bigots, they're not racists, and they don't see color and all that other fuck shit. But we're going to find out. They ain't gonna fuck around and find out. You're going to see what the country really is. They're going to prove who they are at its core. So, kind of glad that she lost, a part of me, but it's still like disappointing because I just was like, yo, I just thought we was a little better than this, but I guess we're not. Because you always keep that optimism about, shit, but I wasn't shocked. I just was disappointed, bro. I was like, damn, I thought we was better than this. Y'all gonna put this uneducated piece of shit, felon, racist, back in office? Because of what? It doesn't even make political sense. It doesn't even make policy sense. But it made racist sense. That's the only thing that mattered to these Trump supporters. But let's move on. This is sad to even see, because it's like, yo, these are the same people who pretend that they ain't racist. They back the blue and all this other goofy shit. They're about law and order. It's a lie. You can't back criminals. You can't. That's why I told y'all, like, yo, whatever happens to Diddy, nigga, I'm still listening to his music because white people prove my point every time. Nigga, I'm still gonna watch the Cosbys, nigga. If these racist motherfuckers believe in a felon, a sexual assaulter, how they gonna talk down to us about Diddy or R. Kelly or Bill Cosby? Like, real shit. You got no more high ground to tell me who I should be fucking with or not? They got their kids out here in blackface on Halloween. They see nothing wrong with it. So, with R. Kelly, I don't see nothing wrong. I don't see nothing wrong either. Do you? Let's move on.
Ashley Babbitt, the writer who was shot and killed by Capitol Police on January 6.
Mama Mickey, we love you, honey. And we are so grateful for you bringing this freedom family together.
It's the night after the election. Trump supporters have gathered here as they have.
You know the bad part. You know the bad part about it. These motherfuckers out here looking like they ain't shit, right? Like they look like a bunch of and no disrespect to people in the South. These motherfuckers look like they've been riding in their car the whole time to get to DC, roll from a trailer park community, and okay, man. You know the bad part about this too is that they watch the videos of their own family members do crazy shit, break the law, and they still support them. So it's like, are we really even shocked that Trump supporters voted for Trump? Like, real talk. That's why you can't say nothing about no gangbangers, like you can't say nothing about no shit like that. Cause like, yo, y'all are out here defending criminals. Don't talk to me about rap music or none of that shit. Like, you defend criminal behavior. Let's move on.
They have every night for the last 800 nights outside the Washington, D.C. jail.
How did you feel when Trump won last night?
I knew that meant freedom for our guys. And I was overwhelmed, thankful, and I know that God heard our prayer.
Think about it. You got a bunch of psychotic, wannabe religious people outside of a jail for a whole bunch of white people. I done seen some little Chinese minority people like, yo, that shit is weird, but it's a whole bunch of people in that federal building thought whatever they thought, right? Just say it's drug related or whatever, right? Violent crime, whatever. That believe that what they did was right too. Y'all ain't out there for them. You out there for some racist pieces of shit traitors of the American of America. But I don't give a fuck about the rest of the motherfucking people that's in jail. That's the bad part about it. But anyway, let's move on, man.
Heard our prayers.
Were you emotional?
Yes.
Yeah.
Jan 6, inmates call in to talk to the organizers nightly.
This stressful, barren journey has finally come to an end with the election of our beloved President Donald J. Trump.
I couldn't stop crying last night that you guys are finally gonna get pardoned. You're gonna be set free.
And you know the bad part about it? The other bad part about it is they should send these people to a real prison. They in the feds, nigga. It ain't really too much happening in the feds like that, man. Send their ass to a real prison, and then I bet you they wouldn't be acting like the way they acting. I tell you that shit. And then you'll really see the real trueness about who a person character is. Because all those white people, you send them to a real prison, like a real grimy prison. Listen, hey man. Them motherfuckers ain't had no choice but to get with the Aryan Brotherhood. Because they gonna get fucked over. Facts. And let me just say this about Ashley Babbitt, or whatever the fuck her name is. Let me say this. Hey, people, I don't wish death and harm on people, but I don't give a fuck if she did. She's a traitor to the country. They told that ignorant bitch to stop, and she didn't. She decided to listen. Imagine if these people would have got their hands on Congress people. Imagine that. They already fucked the police up. Imagine if they'd have got to these people. And then what? Like people could, okay, man. Let's move on, man. Let's move on, man.
And all of this is going to be behind us.
Trump has repeatedly promised to give pardons to some people serving time for their actions on January 6th.
And now
First of all, I want
we
y'all
have-
to understand this. If they ain't got, like, I can see if they ain't got a violent crime, right? Like, if it's some shit like, I don't see it either way, but I'm just saying, part of my brain understands a certain type of way. If he pardons people that didn't get violent with the police or some shit like that, they get violent, they just was destroying shit and, you know, did what they did and they still locked up. All right, cool. Not cool with me, but I get it, right? Not fully get it, but all right. But don't be surprised if Trump leave in 4 years, that he pardon all of them, even the violent ones. Honestly. Just telling y'all that now. I wouldn't put nothing past Trump.
We have to continue to put pressure on the president to make that right decision to fulfill that promise. And I know that he will, but I also know my president understands trust but verify.
One person who certainly hopes to be pardoned is Rachel Powell.
And let me say this. These people kill me. Inflation is high. Groceries is high, right? Because they bitch and complain about that. But these people got enough money to take a trip from wherever the fuck they come from. Because they most likely ain't in the state. Right? Because a lot of those people that got locked up ain't from D.C. or Maryland or Virginia, whatever. I mean, if you live in Maryland, Virginia, that's probably a good little drop. Right? But they from somewhere far out. Right? Another country far. I mean, a state far. They got enough money in gas. If some of them drove or whatever. They got enough money to go all the way to these Washington, D.C. Federal prison. But they hurting for money. I don't know how that make any sense to y'all people. I don't travel like that because I live amongst my means. If I want to splurge a little bit, nigga, I gotta really save. Because times is hard out here. And me, myself, I'm frugal like that. I don't want to be just blowing no money on no fucking vacation. Like, I really genuinely don't. I just don't, nigga. But that's just me. But you can't. But you never hear me complaining about the economy, or complaining about groceries, or some shit like that. Shit high, I get it. But excuse me. Let me say this. When I buy groceries now, right? I know that I am going to spend that's why I go, listen, I put it this way. I have never, this is how I know the economy is a little fucked up. Well, inflation's or groceries is high. Put it that way. Right? I have never, ever, me and my wife have been together, we have never went to the market every week. Ever. We might go every 2 to 3 weeks or once a month. But I have never had to go to the grocery store to get shit. Well, I don't go, but we get our shit delivered. But I never had to buy groceries every week. And it's just only 3 of us. Because of the simple fact, shit is high. I get it. And you budget your money and shit like that. You know what I mean? And my wife today just bought some shit, right? And it was mainly probably my mother-in-law probably bought that shit because it's more for Thanksgiving or whatever, right? So my mother-in-law most likely paid for some of it, or she paid it all. This is how my mother-in-law is. Because we only usually throw Thanksgiving here. But, you know, my aunt passed away, and, you know, we promised our her side of the family that we would go see them this year too. So we ain't really gonna throw shit, right? And it only usually just be us anyway. But we usually go all out, you know. But we ain't doing it really that much this year. I told my wife, cut that shit down. It is not because of the money. It's mainly because we ain't gonna be here for that shit. You know what I'm saying? My wife's still like, I gotta cook. I was like, all right, cool. Whatever. But my point is, she went to the market today, spent $200 on I can just say this for me. Nothing. Like, I ain't gonna say nothing. It wasn't a lot of shit. Right? And then I get paid Friday, right? And I'm gonna go to the grocery store again. Because it's like, you know, that's why I like to stock up on shit. That's why, even for me, I know shit is high, right? I would want to go. I would want to. I told my wife I want to stock up on shit because I know shit is high. So I'd rather stock up on it instead of keep going to the fucking market every week. But since the pandemic or whatever, when shit started getting high or whatever, we go to the fucking market every week, bro. Every goddamn week. And this is only 3 of us. But imagine, because some of the shit that we do get, that's just like personal shit. Some of that shit is like, I say put it like this, it's about 45% of personal shit that we want or we like to eat. But imagine somebody that they buying food that they need. Right? They need the food. Like, it ain't some personal, I like this type of cookies or something like that. Right? And they're getting certain types of meats and shit like that. People are doing that. But the bad part about it is my whole point to bring it around about the economy is that they blame Biden for this. We're paying high prices in food because of Biden. Number one, Biden doesn't have no control over corporations hiking prices up on us. That's number one. He can negotiate with them, but it's always some type of deal, right? And right now, in the last 4 years, Biden can't do that because we coming out of a pandemic. Biden wasn't a part of the pandemic. Trump was. And he mismanaged shit. And if you go deeper than that, the trade shit that he did, people was like, oh, well, Democrats helped shut shit down. Listen, man. I don't give a fuck about shit being high more than I give a fuck about people's lives. If we can bring at least 75% of those people back that we lost in the pandemic over just shutting down the nigga, I will bring them back. But a lot of them people was in danger because of how Trump mismanaged the pandemic. And people just ignore that. And then people blame Biden and blame Vice President Harris for shit being high. Listen, motherfuckers, I'm gonna say it once again. I don't know listen, you think Trump gonna fix the economy or fix your grocery prices unless he makes a fucked up deal with these corporations. But you're going to pay on the back end. You know, listen, if shit goes down, I'm going to tell y'all something. If the prices of shit start going down, you know the one reason why that's going to be is because Trump promised them corporations and the rich people tax cuts. But like I said, trade wars and giving the rich more tax cuts actually hurts the economy. It doesn't help us. It may seem like it's helping us at the moment, but then if something goes wrong, just like a pandemic or anything like that or close to that, it's going to fuck the economy up. Now the government got to scramble around like we got to take away this, got to take away that. So, like I said, y'all gonna fuck around. Listen, people gonna fuck around and find out. Like I said, excuse me, I tell people this all the time. I already know what I'm gonna do with all the extra money I got. I'm saving that shit. If I ain't got to spend it, I ain't spending it. I'm stocking up on my shit. See, I come from the hood, so I know how to survive. A lot of people, you know, we live in this modern day age, and I get it, you know. And people act like they don't know how to survive. Like you better get back to how you grew up. But some of us do, but we got too comfortable in this reality. You motherfuckers act like y'all don't know how to be frugal or know how to hustle or survive. Shit get ready to get hard for y'all. And it's gonna look good for a little minute, but then that shit gonna catch back up with us. I told you can't keep spending money and not saving. Gotta save money. Listen, this is how shit goes, right? If I'm spending money, right? Like, say, like, my utilities or the normal shit you need. That is shit to get you to survive. But if you don't have anything saved, then you're just living day to day, right? Like, you know, you shouldn't have to dip into your savings, right? And when people dip into their savings, it's usually because they did some shit outside of what they do, right? Outside their normalcy shit that they do. People should be able to, all right, you got your set bills you pay, right? And then you still got, like, I don't give a fuck if it's $25. You save it. When you can't save that $25, that means you done did some shit you ain't had no business doing. These are facts, people. I tell people, I just recently did some shit for the family or whatever. And I know that what I spent, I shouldn't have spent, right? But I did it because of that, right? So now, when whatever little extra shit that I wanted to do, I can't do now. Now I gotta save that shit. Gotta save the money. I look at my savings as my last resort. If I really like need that shit, need it, right? But I don't fucking touch that shit. That shit you don't touch. Shout out to my brother Nick in the building. What up, Nick? But I don't touch that shit. You just leave that shit be. That's why I always tell people, stop trying to live outside your means, man. Stop that shit. Like I bought a lot of shit, and in the last year or two, like just clothes or whatever. I got enough clothes. If I don't buy no more clothes in the next 5 years, I'm fine. Probably the next 10. But I got so many clothes and shit that still got tags and shit on. I don't need to buy clothes, bro. So if I just say I'm not buying none of this other shit, buying nothing for the next 5 years, I probably can save thousands of dollars. But, you know. It's always good to be frugal, people. That's all I'm saying. Let's move on.
You feel when you watch this?
You know, I think I'm more numb when I look at this stuff. It's like surreal to me. I mean, look how angry I look.
I met Rachel back in January of this year, right before she was about to go to prison for...
This bitch said, this shit looks surreal for me. And mind you, it looks surreal to you, but listen to what she's getting ready to say later. This bitch is a terrorist. Let's move on.
Prison for crimes she committed at the Capitol on January 6, while protesting what she believed was a stolen election.
Have you ever had a moment where you're like...
And you know the crazy part about it? She was sitting there. Never mind. Let's move on.
You know, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Biden actually won the election. Maybe I'm the conspiracy theorist.
No, not at all.
This call is from a federal...
So what are we talking about here? What are we talking about? Why anybody feeling sorry for this woman? We watch you on video. You try to say this is, you know, unreal that you was doing whatever you was doing. But you did it. And then after you did it, you seen that you did it. Years later, you still believe in... Listen, I don't have a problem if these people still think that the election was stolen. They stupid as fuck, but you committed crimes because you believe that shit. That shit should have a wake-up call for you. But she doesn't have that. Like, you know what I would have asked that, so you would do it again, huh? Right? You would do it again? Because you already been proven wrong, but okay, cool. You still believe in it. So you would do, is that what you did on January 6th again? And I'd ask you, if Trump would have lost, would you did the same thing? Like, see, these are the questions you got to ask these stupid-ass people. You don't think you didn't. You still think the election was stolen. So you didn't have any remorse, and that's why the fucking judge locked your ass up. Or the juror found you guilty and the judge gave you your sentence. All right, man. Listen, just telling black folks, this is the reason you don't hang around Trump supporters. If you find out anybody that's a Trump supporter, you stop talking to them. I'm just being real. Don't interact. Stay away. Keep your distance as far as you can. These people are cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Nigga, I ain't got time for that shit. Stay away from me. I don't want to fuck with you. Let's move on.
Federal prison.
Rachel and I stayed in touch throughout the year.
I feel like I just need to be home with my family.
Rachel has 8 children, ranging in ages from 8 to 28, along with 7 grandkids. We spoke to 3 of Rachel.
Think about this. She got kids from 8 to 28. So she got elementary kids. They ain't even middle school kids yet. And listen, people, I got beliefs that I have. And before I go to commit a violent or get violent or break the law in any type of way, I'm going to weigh out all my options, how this shit affects my kid. Right? Like, man, I don't give a fuck. I know people going to be there for my kid. There ain't nobody going to be there for my kid like me. Right? Like, I love my wife. I know she going to be there. But I need to be there. That's the thing. Like, I need to be there. Right? So, I am not going to go out here and do something fucking crazy without thinking about it. Right? Like, she had to think about this shit. Your kid is probably was younger than this when you thought about going to this Klan rally or whatever the fuck it was, this treason rally, and to commit crimes. You didn't give a fuck about your kids. This shit is sad. But these people are the same people that tell you about kids, that they give a fuck about the children. Listen, you ain't even, listen, I got a lot of beliefs, people, but my beliefs would not allow me to go out here and take the responsibility that I have and the presence that I have as a father from my daughter because of my beliefs. No. Sorry. Like I said, only thing I do respect is that they standing on what they saying. As stupid and as ignorant and as fucked up as it is their thought process or what they're saying, I respect it. At least you standing on it. But no, I got a lot of beliefs and I believe in a lot of shit, but some shit you just got to think about. And the first thing, anything that I commit to or I think about my daughter first. I think about my daughter. I care more about her well-being than mine. Not no shit because I believe in whatever I believe in. I care about her well-being. I'm not there. Like, what the fuck? Because it's a fucked up belief. Or not even just a fucked up belief because you really genuinely believe in it. Do it make sense to sacrifice yourself for your kid? See, listen. If I sacrifice anything, it's because of my kid. Yeah, it's about my belief, but I look at it from the point of view of how shit would affect my kid. Am I willing to crash out over this shit? Because when you crash out, that means you know it's a possibility that you may not come back for your kid. Listen, I was a street nigga. I used to crash out because of niggas I was lured to. Right? It is a difference when you are lured to your daughter or your kid or your kids. It's a difference. Sorry to tell y'all that. To all my niggas out there, like, yo, it's a difference. I am not going to crash out for you niggas over some loyalty that I have for y'all over my kid. That is not happening. Sorry. My daughter comes first. She comes before anybody. My wife is my soulmate. She knows this. My kid comes before me and comes before my wife and anybody else in the world. So, nigga, I ain't just crashing out because of some belief that I have. Because I can believe whatever I want to. But if it doesn't make sense in a way of crashing out in that way for me not to be here with my kid, I don't do that. I don't do that. But this is what happens when people don't go through shit. You're going to hear this shit too, because it's going to fuck y'all up about even this person that's talking, her kids, how they're talking. And they're not young, they're not talking to the young ones, they're talking to the ones that's 20-something years old. These are not young kids in that realm. But listen to this shit.
Three of Rachel's older daughters, Ada, Rebecca, and Savannah.
Wait, this is you and your mom?
Yes.
Yeah. When was this taken?
Yeah, this is in the prison. This is Ada, our mom. This is Gideon, me, and my husband.
The only thing I could think of when I heard that Trump won the election was that my mom is coming home. She's going to be able to come home now. We're going to have our mom back.
You just know she's freaking out.
She's so excited. She's so happy.
Their mom was found guilty of engaging in physical violence and of destruction of government property for breaking a window at the Capitol with an ice axe.
Do you ever just think, oh, Mom, I wish you didn't go to Washington, D.C. that day?
I feel like that's a pretty normal thought to have when there's so many consequences to the actions. But ultimately,
Tom. Think about what she just said. She said it's a normal thought process to have. That's normal to think. So, listen. When people do extreme shit, right? It's like, if it's outside of your normalcy, right, or normal shit, anything outside of that is extreme, right? So, it's not like they don't comprehend. They comprehend very well. When you believe in somebody, I told you it's a cult mentality. When you believe in somebody, it's like your family. You believe in your family, right? You love your family. You love them. What are you willing to risk? Right? Right? Like I told people, what am I willing to risk if I see an unarmed black person in a situation getting whatever happening to him? Am I willing to risk it? Now, if I say no, that is a normal thought process, right? Because it's things that going on in people's lives that you don't want to, that ain't got nothing to do with you. That's normal thought process, right? But if I say, yeah, that's extreme. Regardless of how you think about it, it's extreme. I say, yeah, fuck that. I wouldn't see no shit like that happen. I would do that. That's extreme. I don't give a fuck if it's the right thing to do or the wrong thing to do. It's extreme. Because the normal process of not to get involved in that. Not to do that. Or whatever, right? Now, my point is this. The problem with her thought process is what she get ready to say. What makes her, what she get ready to say, her thought process is extreme. Not just extreme, but ludicrous. Right? Because it's been debunked of the thought process of what your mother believed. So it's a conspiracy theory. So you're going off of not facts. You're just going off of some shit of like, oh, well, she believed it. That doesn't make it right, though. Like, I can believe in a lot of shit, but it doesn't mean that it's right. To go to a little extreme than that doesn't mean that I'm supposed to take action to some shit that's been debunked because I believe in it. Or I don't believe in the truth. That's extreme as fuck. That's extra extreme. That's damn near borderline, loco, Acapulco, crazy. That's my point. This is the one thing I learned in life. I'm 43 years old, people. The one thing I learned in life. Society can trick you to believing in shit. Ain't just the internet time. When I was out doing what I was doing in the streets, the reality around me made it seem like everything that I was doing, regardless if it was bad, right? It was necessary. It was necessary. I made excuses for the bad shit that I was doing. Always did that. People, when I got outside of that and stopped doing that and not wanting a part of that, and I look back at it, I said, damn, I actually brought more harm than I did good. Regardless if I thought that it was for my survival. Or whatever fucked up belief or thought process I had about what I was doing. I actually brought more harm. Was I really fully protecting myself? Really? No. That's what I'm saying. Like, these people are living in a weird ass reality. They live like gangsters. They're no different to when I was in the streets. They're not no different. You make up shit to justify your behavior of your whatever your belief is. You think I have a belief when I was in the streets? I live by a code. I live by some shit, a street code. You understand what I'm saying here? It's no different than these fucking crazy ass, stupid ass Trump supporters. I was crazy and stupid too. And the thing that I used to use is that hide behind. It was for my survival. The only difference is with Trump supporters, they say it's my beliefs. If you look at it, it's the same shit. Because I believed in a lot of shit that I was doing. Because I believed that it was about my survival. And they think the same thing too. Only problem I have is that people like me that come from the lifestyle that I'm talking about that's very similar to what Trump supporters do. Right? You look down on us. Even the ones that made it, you have a problem. But Trump supporters, you don't. They did the same exact shit. Same type of ideology in a way. right? It's the same. But you see nothing wrong with that. Because the culture told you somehow what they did was righteous. But what I did wasn't righteous. Whenever your beliefs make you hurt people physically and emotionally like that, then your beliefs ain't shit. And if you're doing both of those things at once, are you just a horrible person? And like I said, when I was out there in the streets, I was a horrible person. So when I tell y'all I know that these Trump supporters ain't shit, they garbage, they trash, because I used to be garbage and trash and wasn't shit. These are facts. And you can sit there and try to manipulate the situation all you like how to. They ain't no different than a street dude. No different. No different. They ain't no different than a gangbanger. Let's go to a quick commercial break, people. We'll be right back. People, back from quick commercial break. Make sure you guys hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the bell button so you guys get the live stream so we go live, people. And if you can donate to the channel, go to OBF The Real Cash App and donate to the channel, people. We highly appreciate anything you guys can donate to the channel. Need more information to subscribe and donate to the channel. It's down there strolling below the screen, people. Make sure you guys hit the like button when you come in and out of the building, and make sure you guys share the videos, man. It keeps the movement pushing. Listen, man. Let me just say this to some of you Negroes, man. I see you in the chat, and listen, listen. You can come here and say whatever the fuck you want to say, right? You don't need clarity of what I'm saying, right? If you need more clarity of what I'm saying, then that means you out of touch. That means you genuinely can't understand what I'm saying because you might not be that damn bright. That's a big possibility, right? And then the other part of that is, I don't mind people saying, well, Kenny, what you mean? Nigga, I break shit down for you to understand what I'm saying. But if you need for me to go more in depth than that, right? It may be a little something. Maybe could you just consider, right? Because people, we live in this time now that people pretend that they understand shit and they don't. And a part of you don't understand what I'm saying is maybe it's because you don't have any experience of what I'm talking about. And that could be part of it. So instead of you giving opinions or saying certain shit, how about you just listen? Or maybe go educate yourself. That ain't my responsibility to make you go and educate yourself. That's not my responsibility. I want to make sure. Listen, I totally want to make people clear of that. Like, understand that. That is not my responsibility. It is yours. And if you're coming in here looking for me to explain certain shit to you that you have no experience in, right? You want to give opinions and you want to say whatever you want to say to try to somehow make yourself feel good about your train of thought or what you don't know, right? It's not my responsibility to make you go educate yourself. That's not what I'm supposed to do. That's not what I'm supposed to do. Listen, people. Only reason I walk around in my truth is because I educate myself. That's the only reason why. The only reason I say shit that I say on this channel is because I educated myself or I got some type of experience in it. But it ain't my fucking responsibility for somehow, some way, because you niggas on the internet ain't never been through shit, but you got an opinion about some shit because you seen some shit. I see a lot of shit. That don't mean I got experience in it. That don't mean I give opinions on it. Now, if I'm coming to ask a question, okay, cool. Because maybe I'm not comprehending. But listen, as a grown-ass man, for me, I comprehend very well. Even if I don't genuinely understand the everything fully, right? Because I ain't experienced in it. But I got enough of being a grown-ass man to understand if I don't know something, I listen. That's not my responsibility for you to teach you how to listen. And first of all, you can't teach that. When you don't know something and you can't really comprehend something, it makes you sit down and listen. That's what grown-ass people do. That's what people that got wisdom know how to do. So stop coming in here asking stupid-ass questions. Because I'm not going to answer your stupid questions. Because you don't have the determination or the ability to go and educate yourself. Or to sit down and listen. Because the only reason I know how to educate myself and sit down and listen to shit that I don't know nothing about is because I'm older and I got wisdom and I have an open mind to shit that even if I think something, I like to hear other people's opinion. Or people's thought process or their experience. And then you know what I do after that? I go educate myself of what they're saying. That's the difference between me and you. Then the motherfucker, you sit there talking about Tupac did not teach respect racists. Did I say that? Why the fuck you get that from? I don't understand what that means. I don't even know what that means. You know what I'm going to do because this is the last half an hour of the show. I'm going to engage you motherfuckers that say stupid shit. Listen, and you know the crazy shit about, I'm not one of you pro-black niggas. Now, I just want to say that. Right? Listen, I'm one black man. I'm one black person. Only can do what I can do. Right? When I tell black people to stay out of the way of MAGA, what I mean by that is, because I guess I got to explain this, is I'm not saying you just allow racist shit to happen around you. I'm not saying that. But I'm saying if it ain't got nothing to do with us as black people, it got nothing to do with us. Now, if it's a minority or somebody you know that's close to you or something like that, I get it. You're going to step up, you're going to do something about it. But if I don't know you and you ain't black, I don't give a fuck. You call that bigotry, call it racism, you call it whatever you want. Because this election showed us that a lot of motherfuckers in this country don't give a fuck about black people. And I ain't just speaking about white people. I'm talking about minorities. Different races of people that only benefit in this country because of our ancestors. And they decided to take sides and side with the racists. So why would I care? Why would I sit out here and tell black people to care about some shit about their people when their people did the opposite of what we fought for them to even be here to have a voice, to even have a voice in this country? We did that. And I'm not saying you agree with everything black people do. I'm just saying, why would y'all side with a racist? Why would y'all, why was so a high percentage of y'all people siding with a racist? Fuck the ideology. We're talking about racism here. And out of any race in this country, black people know about racism more than any fucking race in this country. I just don't know what else you want. My problem is for some people to come out here and ask stupid questions to me like this. What else do you want us to do? I'm not going to tell my people to go out here and put their life on the line for races of people that just showed us, regardless if they didn't vote for Trump or not. They ain't check their people. And people are like, oh, well, Kenny, you can't say. Yes, I can. Because what our people do? Black women and black men. We showed up. So you can't talk about us. We outperformed every race in this motherfucker. Other than the white man. But we all know who they voted for. But I'm talking about just what was right. We outperformed everybody. Black women, black men. We outperformed all of y'all in this last election. Like we usually always do. So no. Sorry. I'm not telling my black people to go out here and fight for other groups. For what? For what? Fuck that, man. And I guess you missed what I had said a couple of live streams before. Understand this. If you a sellout black person, I don't give a fuck about you either. You in that same realm of all those minorities, all those other nigga, you are not a part of what we do. Ain't nobody saying you ain't black, but you don't fuck with us. I don't understand why people all nigga, what you need our help for? We did our part. As a collective of black folks in this last election, we did our part and we outdid everybody. And we only, 13% of the country? We did our part. You still asking us to do what? What do you want us to do? And I'm not going to sit here and play this game with my people and act like, oh, well, you know, because we got some good minorities and white people that no, sorry. They needed to check their people, and they didn't. This election was to draw the line in the sand. Black people, this whole election, we've been telling other races of people, hey, I don't give a fuck if you got family or friends like that. Cut their ass off, call them out. But a lot of y'all didn't. And you know that we did it, right? You know why we did it? Because 90-something% of black women and 80-something% of black men, we showed out. So we draw the line in the sand. But you look at all other races and see what they did. See what they did. I didn't need other races of people to sit there and say, well, you know, I want to sit there and try to have a conversation with people that are in my family that's bigots and racist, or my race of people that's bigots and racist. Only black people got a nerve and the galls to do that. Y'all don't. We have seen it. It has been proven. So don't ask black people to stand up for nothing when it comes to y'all. Nothing. We call our own out, nigga. We will. Y'all don't do that. It should be white people that didn't vote for Trump or Republican or whatever. Should be out saying, if you are Latino or you or white or whoever, whatever race you are, hey, if you voted for Trump, y'all ain't shit. We don't hear that. In the black community, we don't hear that. AOC came out, she said some shit. If you my supporter and you voted for Trump, they say, yo, I voted for you, but I still voted for Trump. That don't make no sense. That don't make no sense. Because you undermine AOC. You're not racist, right? And you know AOC ain't racist. She good for the community. But then on a presidential level, you voted for a racist. Tell me how that makes sense. That is bigoted, racist people trying to hide behind their racism. That's all that is. You cannot vote for a non-person that you know that ain't racist, and then you vote for a racist. That don't make any sense. The ideology don't even match up. We ain't got that. Listen, let me be very, very clear. I have nothing in common with a racist. Nothing. See how simple that is? And I don't give a fuck if they blood. I don't give a fuck if they was a friend of mine or a friend of mine. I have nothing in common with them. You side with a racist, you have nothing in common with me. Nothing. See how easy that is? It ain't complicated. I ain't got to think about it. Because I already know my standards on what I stand on. I don't stand on racism. I don't give a fuck about that shit. If you are out to hurt other people, get the fuck out of here, man. The fuck out of here. Like I said, if it wasn't a part of what I do, my purpose, I wouldn't even explain this shit to none of y'all. But I know it's my purpose. But the one thing I won't do is tell my people, my black folks, that we got to keep explaining. Y'all have to explain yourselves to these motherfuckers. Even to these coon ass niggas or these sellout or these niggas that lost niggas. However you want to call it. Or any of these other races or different people. We don't have to, or these different nationality groups, we don't have to explain shit to you no more. That shit is over. That ship has sailed. If we don't fuck with y'all, I hope y'all grow some type of conscience or understand, get your brain right, get your mind right, nigga. We ain't fucking with y'all. And if you don't know why, that ain't on us to explain. I don't wish harm on you, whatever, but do y'all. You don't get to sit here and try to use our black shit. Where we at? Nigga, we good. That's where we at. We on oh, you want to know where we at? We on vacay. We on vacay. This is not our problem anymore. We've been fighting for hundreds of years in this country. Generations of our people dying, being raped, murdered, beating, jailed. All the most horrible shit you can think of, and we've been fighting. And you motherfuckers in 2024, that was shit supposed to be better, but it's not. And you proved to black people that it ain't. You same old motherfuckers that your ancestors was. So now black people got to get on some new shit, which we should have been got on a while ago. We don't give a fuck. It ain't got nothing to do with us. We don't care. And that's my movement. That's what I'm pushing with my people. You can like it, love it, or whatever. I don't give a fuck how you think about it. I care about my people. Because like I told you, that shit that we just seen in that last election, that let black people know in this country, don't give a fuck about us. Y'all drew the line in the sand. So now I got to tell my people they drew the line in the sand. This is where we need to be. Ain't no more that kumbaya bullshit. None of that shit. To any race. And I don't give a fuck how you take it. But I ain't gonna lie to my people. I ain't gonna keep my people, have my people's hopes up or have them optimistic about some shit that has already been in our face and been proven. That I've been saying for years, but still at the same time trying to be optimistic. No. Not doing that to my people. I'm not gonna lie to my people. I'm not gonna try to get them to like, but they human beings too. Okay, well we human too. Did they give a fuck about us? No. They sided with a racist, nigga. And I'm done telling my people to help others out when they don't give a fuck about us. Even the good ones. That ain't our responsibility no more to get your people to understand. It's on you. Our people showed up and showed out. we did our part. What may be shocking to you is that your people didn't show up. So it ain't on us. Motherfuckers act like I was so happy to vote for Vice President Harris. No, I wasn't. I knew it was the right thing to do, regardless of how I felt. I know it was good for my people to vote for her. I went against some of my moral principles because I knew it was the right thing to do. Or I like how y'all like to say beliefs. I went against my own beliefs to vote for her and vote for Democrats. I wrote it all the way down the ballot, nigga. Democrat. And pushed my people to do it. So now I push my people to not fuck with that shit. That ain't got nothing to do with us no more. You're not gonna keep having our people out here sacrificing their lives, bro. That is just not happening no more. Unless we sacrifice, it's about us. We only sacrificing our lives for our people. And like I said, you can get mad, get glad. Don't get upset with like, oh, y'all people can do whatever y'all do for y'all people, but when we say, oh, it's just about us, then now y'all got a problem. I don't care. I don't feel any way about it. I don't feel bad about it at all. I don't. You can call me a bigot or racist or whatever you want to call it. I don't care. I'm sick of seeing my people out here suffering. And then when we get down trying to fight, and y'all people know that the shit is wrong, and y'all don't do nothing about it. This shit, like, when we talk about black issues, this don't just help us when we want policies and certain shit done. This help everybody. But y'all vote just to help yourselves, help your community, help your people. It's not to help us. You don't care about our people. So I'm not gonna lie to my people and pretend that y'all out to help us. You're not. Ain't no race out here out to help black people. Not as a collective. They're not. But I know my people, we always want to help everybody. But I'm not going to push that shit no more. Y'all are not out here to help our people in no type of way. That goes for the Africans or Haitians, whoever you are. People keep thinking, oh, I ain't talking about the Haitians. I'm talking about all y'all. Oh, black Americans, I'm with my people. I'm not doing that shit no more, man. That shit a wrap. That shit is a wrap, man. I don't like that shit, no. Listen, this last election proved to me that when I kept saying my people come first, it stamped it. It stamped it. But I always had this thing in me because we are black people and we always care about others, not just ourselves. So I was like, yo, we gotta stick up for others and shit like that. Nah, we ain't gotta do none of that. All them same people, they ain't stick up for us. These motherfuckers was willing to side with people that oppress us and want to oppress us. That's what they did. All the races. All the different races of people. Majority of y'all people sided with racists. Not ours. Even that little percentage of our black people that sided with Trump, it still wasn't shit. Still wasn't shit. We still was in the 80s. Because the one thing that you ain't going to do is tell me numbers is lying. I seen the numbers. Every race outside of black folks did the right thing. We did the right thing. Not y'all. Listen, I don't hate y'all. I don't wish harm on y'all, but don't ask black people for nothing. Don't talk about us. Don't speak about us. We don't care, man. I just put it this way, and that's what I'm pushing to my people. We don't care. Ain't got nothing to do with us. We don't care. We shouldn't care about it. Ain't none of our business. We gonna mind our business now. How about that? And we'll wait for you racists to come, cause we know y'all gonna come for us. So I just prepare my people for that. But I'm not sitting out here acting like we got allies and, you know, there's some good people over there. I don't care. It doesn't matter. Sorry. You want to be good, you good, whatever. I ain't going to treat you no different. I'm just not fucking with you like that. Sorry. As I told you, one thing about black people, our thing is that we care, right? We ain't hateful like that. So even if you still good people, we'll you know, you all right, but we don't really fuck with y'all like that. Sorry. Niggas thought I was antisocial before, nigga. I'm mad antisocial now. Seriously. I don't give a fuck what you do. Don't come to us to your problems and none of that shit. That shit don't matter to me. Honestly, it don't. And I told y'all, I haven't been like this since I got shot. My heart turned cold. Like, I'm like that. I don't care about that shit. Don't care. Keep it. Excuse me. Just don't bring us up. Don't talk about us. We don't care. Even if you talk bad about us, we don't give a fuck. Of course, a nigga like me gonna defend my people, but I don't give a fuck about. I don't give a fuck about what you talking about. My whole purpose is to uplift my people. That's it. I don't got time to be uplifting nobody else or trying to do no type of accord or we trying to come together. No, I'm not pushing that shit at all. As much as this election was embarrassing, as a black person in this country that know history and know our people the way I know our people, this shit was hurtful. This was more hurtful than the 2016 shit. As a black person, nah. I'm done. And like I said, I say this on Real Talk. As a black person, I can't speak for all black people. But I will tell my black people we shouldn't give a fuck. That's what I will do. I'm not going to teach my black, I'm not teach, but I'm not going to speak to my black people. We should care about others. No. If it ain't got nothing to do with us, we shouldn't care. That sound cold. It is what it is. That's how I felt this election happened. That shit was cold. I was like, wow. Okay. It hurt. Okay. And the first thing I told you, the first thing they did was try to blame black men. Black men came out, showed out. So that gets debunked, right? Then the first thing they try to do after that Who are the people that don't vote? They try to go down, a lot of black people don't vote. It's a lot of white people don't vote either. You don't talk about them? Go look at the percentage of all the white people that ain't vote. Or the minorities or whoever. You didn't go to that. You went straight to black people. Like we owe you our vote. Or we owe you something. We don't owe you shit. We don't owe you a motherfucking thing. Fuck out of here. I don't give a fuck what race it is. What race it is. We don't owe you shit. Fuck out of here. No, fucking sit there like we. You know the bad part about this is, and I'm gonna leave this with this. You know the bad part about this is, I don't like to feel this way. I don't like to even talk this way in a way. Right? I really genuinely don't. But like I told you, I'm a realist. And I will never allow nobody or no race or any group to sit there and manipulate my people. They're acting like we owe you something. Because that's all it seems to us as black people. We owe y'all to do something. Or y'all should do it. Like, no, we don't. You motherfucker, all you minorities and so-called I ain't racist white people, y'all owe us. You want to be real? You owe our people. Y'all should be way more overprotective of us than we are of others. But y'all been taking advantage of that shit. So nah. Fuck that. Tell my people, hey man, they don't appreciate us. And they don't. And I don't give a fuck if they good white people or good minorities. I don't give a fuck. They don't appreciate us. They don't appreciate black people's struggle. They don't acknowledge our struggle the way they supposed to. They don't defend us the way they should. They go for them white women. You're on your own. People always try to make this excuse. Oh, well, I got neighbors that disagree. Them neighbors, I'd have been calling them out. Y'all didn't want to do that. Y'all wanted to try to, all the good, so-called good minorities and white people, y'all want to play this game that you've been playing with black people for a while. And that shit is annoying at this point, and we shouldn't believe you. You want to sit there and you want to play like, oh, I try to talk to my family members that's on that other side. I try to talk to my neighbors and shit like that or whatever. No, we asked y'all to disavow them motherfuckers. But you wouldn't do that. So, take a stand. You still probably go, that racist ass Trump supporter got a business in the neighborhood. You still probably go to their business or for whatever business is and still put your money there. You could have did some things. You should have been calling out these racist ass people in your neighborhood, but you didn't do that. You didn't do that. Should have been an uproar with y'all, but y'all didn't do it. But like I said, it'll be an uproar soon. All that shit that we kept trying to tell you. They get ready to take over your kids. They get ready to tell your kids what they can and can't do. I was going to let my kid go back to school next year. No, she won't. No, she won't. Because I don't even want to be around you stupid Trump supporters. I don't want my kid around it. I don't want none of the teachers that's Trump supporters. I don't even want you around my kids. Administrators, whoever. I don't want you around my kid. I went to my aunt's funeral and shit like that. I was with my family and shit. And I make fun of it, but I'm actually a little proud of it a little bit. That I was like, they was like, yo, she's mad proper. Talking about my daughter, right? They was like, yo, we thought you was lying about that, right? They don't see my daughter like that, right? But she was around. Like, yo, yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, like, yeah, nigga. Black white girl. We call her black white girl in the hood. You know what I mean? We hood. We black folks. We make fun, but we appreciate some shit, but we make fun of some shit. You know what I mean? You remember my wife said, black white girl. We don't even know where she get that shit from. Like, honestly. But I think the way, I believe that she gets that shit from the positive people around her. You know what I mean? Like she ain't hanging around a whole bunch of motherfuckers, yo, and all that. And listen, and I got a slang and you know, I got an accent and shit like that. But, you know, like even if I curse or something like that, my daughter hear me cursing, like, Daddy. Like she checks me because she know that shit shouldn't be saying it and shit like that. So, like, but we raise her a certain type of way. This is different. This is weird. It's weird in a way, but it's not weird. And motherfuckers was like, oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. Oh, yeah, she black white girl. It's like, yeah, but proud of it. I remember my aunt came up to me and she said, should be proud of that. I said, no, I ain't proud of it. You know, like to make a little fun of it. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Like, even like when, you know, we in a bad situation when my aunt died at the funeral and shit, nigga, we laugh and we have fun. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we should never be that sad. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they ain't coming back. Right? Enjoy the people that's around you. You know what I'm saying? Enjoy the special moments that the person had. That you had with them. That's dead. Like, I never understand people like that. But then I get it too. Right? Because shit do hurt. Right? And you can't tell people how to mourn. Right? But that was the thing. Like, you know, I was like, I'm just trying to bring light. And my aunt was like, oh, okay. She was like, I just thought you was like ashamed of it. Like, the fuck I'm ashamed. My motherfucking daughter is very highly smart. Like, she's on a whole nother different level of smart. Like, I'm ashamed of that for. You know what I mean? I get proud that my daughter is very respectful. You know what I mean? But it's, you know, you go around hood niggas, and niggas, you just make fun of it. Niggas think you mad at it. I ain't mad at that, nigga. You know what I'm saying? It ain't like I had my daughter there and I'm like, oh, in her face are like, oh, look at her proper black ass. You know what I'm saying? It's just fun and games. Like, yo, man, my family is not like other families. Like, we make fun of shit. Like, this is what we do to try to, like, keep shit going. You know what I mean? Try to hide out pain a little bit too. Right? But, you know, nigga, I'm very proud of my daughter. I'm very proud of who she is, like. But my aunt said that to me and it bothered me a little bit. I was like, no, hell no. I love my daughter. I love the way my daughter is. Nigga, my daughter's very respectful. I love that. I love that about her. She's just good. The bad part about it is, the bad part about it is that she can't hang around with a lot of her other cousins. Because they gangsters a bitch. That's the reason I don't let her hang around a lot. Because I don't want them to influence none of her shit. You know what I'm saying? And that just is what it is. Now, the older people, I let her hang around people that's older and shit like that because, you know, there's wisdom and smarts there and they appreciate her shit. Because it was like my cousin. He was like, one of my cousins and shit, he was like, yo, oh, I heard it. He was like, yeah, yo, she mad. Like, nigga, like, yeah. Like, you raised her right. Like, yeah, I know. Mind you, he's raising kids. He got kids way older than my daughter. You know what I mean? But you're like, yeah, his kids ain't like that. You gotta understand, my daughter is 9. I know family members that got kids that listen to Cardi B and Sexy Red and all that shit. My daughter don't listen to that. You know what I mean? I ain't gonna say she don't listen to it. It's just, it's not in her thing to listen to. Right? She hears some Beyonce shit. Yeah, she might fuck B. Yeah, she'll fuck with B. But she ain't into that shit. Because we raise her different. We don't let her be around it. And that's why, like, even if I cuss, right? If I cuss, my daughter get upset. Like, she be like, Daddy. Like she on go mode of checking the shit out of me. Like, Daddy. Oh, my bad, boo. I'm sorry. My bad. I gotta apologize to my daughter. That's how much I respect her, too. Like, you get what I mean? I respect her values. I respect who she is. You know what I mean? Like, I can just say, fuck that shit. Hey, I'm grown. Like, you know what I mean? I can say that. I can do that. You know what I mean? My right to do it. But, nah, but I love that she respectful in that way. I love that she have those type of morals. You know what I mean? I cuss a lot. I come from a cussing family. Nigga, all we was doing was cussing. You know what I mean? But the one thing about our family, we don't like we wouldn't, like, our thing was we didn't want kids hanging around us. Right? Even though I grew up in some shit, but I was already bad. But our kids, like me and my cousin, their kids, they hang around us, but they're not like us. Like, even my cousin kids, they're not like us. Like, they are nowhere like us. Like, they don't cuss around us at all. At all. Even though I'm their older cousin, I'm their cousin, but I'm their older cousin. They don't cuss around us. They don't. You know what I mean? It's like it's a level of shit, and it's generations of shit. You get what I mean? Like, it's generations of how we raise our, like, generations how we got raised. Like, my young cousin that's younger than me, she don't cuss in front of me at all. Like, she just doesn't. And I'm her cousin. Like, so she just look at me different because there's a respect level there. Like, you know what I mean? So, like, none of our kids are the same. Now, we got a couple of cousins and shit but we see it's more about their parent that's rude as shit, because we don't really fuck with their parents like that, and they just rude too, and we think their parents is rude. You know what I mean? Your personality of who your kids, that bloodline, comes out in your kid, regardless of how you raise them. You know what I mean? Like, if I allow my daughter to, like, it was some shit that my daughter said, right? She said to me, she said, oh, Daddy, I came downstairs, and I wasn't, at the time, I was getting ready to go live, but I wasn't, like, at the time, right? But I was going to go live. I had to get my shit, I had to get certain things. And my daughter said, hey, Daddy, get ready to go live? Right? She's talking about what I do here. Yeah, I'm going to go live. She said, okay. No cussing. I said, well, that's not happening. She said, well, okay, that means I got to go upstairs, Daddy. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's, like, you got to understand, like, purpose of shit. And understand, like, the respect level. Even though I'm one of those not old school fathers, but I'm like an old school father, but not an old school parent. Right? I'm not an old school parent, but I'm not like a young parent. It's a mixture. I try to balance myself, because these kids are different. They're different. They're not like us. And it's not a bad thing either. All that shit, them being young and shit like that, it's not a bad thing. You got to know how to balance your kid. You know what I mean? Like my daughter, like everybody was like, oh, she's so proper. I said, but my daughter smack shit out you play with her. That's just real shit. She'll smack shit out you. And she heavy-handed. Just like her mama. Mama smack shit out you, nigga, put her hands on you, nigga, she heavy-handed. She'll fuck you up. But, you know, I don't teach my daughter violence either. I teach her about, you know, something happened, you know, try to de-escalate it. But if it can't be that way, then hey, gotta do what you gotta do. I said, ain't nothing wrong with saying, look, I ain't got no beef, maybe blah, 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 whatever. But if motherfuckers want to go past that, I told my daughter, I say, especially if I told my daughter, I said, if motherfucker put their hands on you, you fuck them up. Then ever since I told my daughter that, nobody punked my daughter. She got bullied once or twice, something like that. When my daughter smack shout you, she smack shout you. My daughter heavy-handed too. And like I said, she got cousins. She got cousins. And her cousins is they you know, they like that. So some shit really happened. You don't want to play like that. Because they've been raised like gangsters in a way, right? They not raised like her. A lot of them, they not raised like her. So they you know, they'll fuck a motherfucker up. It's like my nephew. I told my sister, I said he like me. He growing up in a situation that he don't want to be like that. But you got him in an environment like that. So it helps him, but it don't help him. Right? It actually bring the gangster out of him. It's like when I was in the hood, right? Because my oldest nephew, like, I feel sorry for him, but then I don't, right? Because that nigga act just like me, right? Like, he had the same temperament that I have, and he's not a fighter, bro. I never was a fighter either. I'm still not a fighter. I don't really like fighting. That ain't my thing. But when a motherfucker push you to a certain point, to embarrassment, it triggers something. And I think that's what happened to me, because I got bullied when I was around his age. I got very bullied, right? But then after a while, shit triggers different. Like it's going to change him, and I'm hoping and praying that he doesn't do what I did. Like, this shit triggered him to be on some gangster shit, because that's what it did to me. And I hope my nephew ain't like that or won't get to that point, right? But I told my sister, I said, you gotta take that nigga out that environment, man. I wasn't like that either. But you put me in that environment, I turned into a savage. And it's like, you can't keep him in there, in that environment. You know, but, you know, me and my sister, we have fucked up discussions about shit, and we don't see eye to eye on shit, and, you know, and it's like, what I say, she acting like I'm trying to control her life and shit like that, and I just, you know. My only thing is I'll be there for you when shit go left. Cause it will. You know, hopefully my nephew won't go that route that I did, but it ain't. It's a very percentage of good possibility that he will. Cause he gonna get tired of being punked. He gonna get tired of people fucking with him. He gonna get tired of that shit. It's in him to not like that shit. Right now he's just young. part of me why I was good about taking my daughter out of school, because she was partly getting a little bullied and shit like that. And she wouldn't fight back. And I was like, what? Nah. I swear to you, I told my daughter, I said, a motherfucker put their hands on you, you hit their ass back. You know what my daughter said? She said, Dad, no hit. I don't hit nobody. Like, and she was about 5 or 6, maybe. No, don't do that. Because we had taught her not to hit. Like we raised her a certain type of way. We taught her a certain type of shit. So she don't understand that. Like I said, but you got my nephew, he live in the hood, and he a part of that aggressive shit all the time. Excuse me, and he around it in his life. It's like we not aggressive around our family. Like with my wife and shit. Ain't no hood shit really happening around us. So she don't get that aggressive type of shit like that. But my nephew is around that, and like I said, I'm just hoping and praying that he doesn't pick that shit up through the family. Right, you know what I mean? Because if you keep him, you still keep him there in that environment. I keep telling myself, you keep him in that environment, shit gonna go left with him. He's gonna turn out to be something similar to me. Just telling you that. He gonna be a gangster. Because you ain't gonna keep punking him. That is not gonna happen. He's only dealing with this right now because he can't comprehend fully what's going on. Because I think he only like a year or two older than my daughter. Because I think he in middle school now, if I ain't mistaken. Or he get ready to go to middle school. Right. And that shit, and going to middle school, it will be different. He will, like, they going to test him. They going to test this gangster. Just telling you that now. And I ain't gonna lie to you, if something real tragic happened to my nephew and some shit like that, I'm just gonna tell y'all straight up. I'm gonna tell my sister straight up. That nigga gotta come live with me, man. Like, seriously. She may not like what I'm gonna say because she ain't. Because I tried to do that with my second oldest niece and shit, try to get her and she ain't want to do it, but no. That shit happened to my nephew, he gotta come live with me. Because, nigga, ain't nothing gonna happen to him. And I'm gonna teach him the right shit. You know what I mean? And I ain't saying I'm better than his daddy or no shit like that. No, nigga. He good, but he can't go to them schools. But some kids just ain't built for that shit too. You know what I mean? Regardless if they grew up in that environment. But they're just not built for that shit. I was just talking to my cousins and shit that's older than me, right? I was never built for the streets. Really, believe it or not. Even though I grew up in it, I just, like, my surroundings was that. I was never built for that shit. Because I told y'all I was in the baseball, I was in the sports and shit like that. I was never built for that shit. That's why I got bullied very early. When you raise a kid in that environment and they're just used to fucked up shit and you're training them that way, then yeah, right? But a lot of times, if you're not training your kids to be that way in the streets, yeah, they gonna get bullied. They gonna get fucked over. Some bad shit gonna happen. It just is what it is. People like to lie and pretend that this shit don't exist, but it does. You know. I learned the hard way. And you gotta understand, a lot of my kids and my little cousins and shit, they ain't growing up poor like I was. You know, they ain't got shit. Like, you know, they don't eat. Like, you know what I'm saying? They eat. Even when it felt like they was a little poor or whatever, right? It's a different from my poor than they poor. I told my nieces that. I said, shit, is you eating every day? She said, yeah, okay. You eat at least once, right? I said, yeah, okay. Imagine you don't eat for days. That's being poor. It's a difference. You know. And when I ain't gonna lie to you, when I told my niece that, my motherfucking niece is great to be a nurse, nigga. So proud of her. So proud. You know? But, you know. Until I told her, because I told her it's like a respect level was like, shit, you even lucky you eat. Respect that you eat. Me and your mama went days not eating. Fuck you talking about? Like I told you, it's a difference from being poor and just surviving. It's a difference. I was on and off with that shit. I was like, you poor and then you surviving. I was in the mixture of both of those things. But it's a difference though. When you poor, you don't know when your next meal coming. And I lived that way. Me and my sister. We lived that way. So I know how it feel to be poor. That's why I don't disrespect the youth. I mean, I disrespect poor people. I don't look down at poor people, nigga. I was poor. I ate hamburgers off the ground. My mom came and said, nigga, this is the last hamburger you gonna get. She fixed them one hamburger for, I'm sitting out there trying to stunt and drop the damn hamburger in the gutter. I had to take that shit out of the gutter, take it out of the gutter. I had oil or whatever it was on it. I took it back in the house and washed that bitch off. All the flavor gone, but hopefully all the oil went away, but you know. And I ate that shit. Because I was a poor, because that was the only thing I was going to eat that night. I've been poor. I done been some places, the first times in my life where I didn't eat for days. In the house. Didn't eat for days. Ain't no gas and electric, no water, nothing. No food, water, nothing. And still had to take my ass to school. Still had to walk my sister to school. You gotta understand, crack fucked our communities up. Fucked us up. And now that I'm old and I look back on it, I see how bad that crack epidemic fucked my people up. Not me. Because I made it, right? I got lucky. And my mom, my dad's uncles and shit, you know, great uncles, whoever, even the people around your age or whatever, right? That shit, niggas didn't make it because of that era. They didn't make it from the 80s. All them niggas dead in jail and or still strung out. Yes, that's what it is. All right, people, I'll do another half. Hold on, give me a second. Quick commercial break, people, right back. All right, people, we're back from quick commercial break. Make sure you guys hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the bell button so you guys get the live streams when we go live, people. And if you can, donate to the channel. Need more information, subscribe and donate to the channel. Down there, scrolling below the screens, people. Make sure you guys hit the like button when you come in and out of the building. I wanted to do something real quick. Hold on. Because I wanted to make this shit clear. Right? I didn't do it. Oh, shit. It ain't here. Okay. All right. All right. I wanted to say this. Cause I've been going through a lot of shit. My aunt passed away and shit. And just being around my family, because I don't really hang around my family really like that. Right? And I learned a lesson. This is the thing I felt. And this is why I don't like going to funerals too. But this is the one thing I learned I learned too as well. That I went to my aunt's funeral, right? I went there. I was the last to come in the building because it was just hard for me to get up for that shit, right? And I went, right? And I came in or whatever. All my cousins and family members ain't seen me in years, you can say, right? A lot of them, right? And I came in with my wife and my daughter and shit like that. And then I remember my aunt said to me, and she said to me, she said, "No, there you go, try to make an interest. That's all you." Like, it was almost like, oh, I like to make an interest, but I didn't do that. That wasn't my intentions, right? Like, I had a hard time getting up for this funeral. Like, it was very hard for me to get up for my aunt's funeral. Very hard for me. But by them don't know me as well as they think they know me now. That's what they thought, right? So their perception of who I am because of me not coming around and what they do know about me, they thought that, right? Because I probably was that type of motherfucker, right? So my point is that happened the way it happened, right? I didn't take offense of it, but I just was like, nah, I ain't like that. But it bothered me a little bit because that's what you think about me. But but they wasn't wrong for what they said, but they wasn't right for what they said because they don't know me. And a part of that comes from me, right? So that's one part, right? Then the second part was when we all went, when I was in the funeral, you know, when the service was going on or whatever, and everything was ending. I can just say this, it ain't look nothing like my aunt, and I just thought that shit fucking me up. But I remember I had the funeral, and I can say this for 100%, no lie, no cap. My grandmother never cried. I have never seen my grandmother cry or hear her cry, ever. My grandma was thorough like that. Never heard her cry. That shit broke me. That shit broke the shit out of me. Never seen my grandmother cry. Ever. Or even hear her cry. It broke me. And that was number 2 about it, right? Then the third thing was, we went to go to the burial ground, where to go to bury her. And this is what I did remember. Right? Facts. We got there. And they did all the things that they did or whatever. And maybe it's because I don't go to funerals. I don't go to burial grounds and people die. Maybe that's part of it too. That shit was fast. And what I mean by that shit is fast was nobody talked. Nobody said nothing. All other people, even my cousin that was his mother, they was laughing. And I think we all was kind of doing it in a way. We was all laughing and we was giggling. And, you know, people was talking and shit. It was almost like you seen even all my family members. We was uncomfortable. We was mad uncomfortable with the situation. But then I thought about it. I said, this is what my aunt would have wanted. Because as serious as we are on that side of the family, they very serious people. They nonchalant about shit and stuff like that. But I know my aunt. My aunt wouldn't want us to be sad. You know. We ain't supposed to, you know, do that shit when she died. She just wasn't that type of person. And so it made sense to me that everybody was laughing, talking. It was almost like we just was tried to make it as normal. Appreciate the people that came and shit like that. That was some shit that my aunt was really about. Cause that's some shit that my aunt would do. She just was a real person like that. And I ain't gonna lie to y'all, I was offended at first. Like everybody laughing. Nobody taking this situation. We had a took her body. I'm a pallbearer. You understand what I'm saying? So I'm taking her body to lay her down. And I was offended at first. But then I thought about it. I said, that's kind of what my aunt would have wanted, though. She didn't want us to be sad. You know. She didn't want us to, you know. Hopefully I'm understanding it that way, because I don't know for 100%. But me knowing my aunt a little bit, that I know her, right? As enough as I know her, she wouldn't have wanted us to be sad like that. The people that were supposed to be sad was the people that were supposed to be sad. But the people that wasn't as close to her like that was not supposed to be sad. You know what I mean? That shit felt like, and God rest my aunt's soul, that shit felt like going there was like a family reunion. And I said, okay, that makes sense to me. It makes sense to me. See, the thing, and I can say this about my dad's side of the family, is that my mom did some fuck shit, right? She did some shit, right? And it was tragic. It was tragic, right? And I told y'all a little about this shit a couple of shows ago. And my mom was on some bullshit. She back on that shit, right? And some shit happened. And nigga, the family came together. We just swooped the fuck in. We swooped in. Right? They normally wouldn't get together or nothing. And we swooped in. And right out of that, nigga, we was planning to like, oh, come to such, what's going on? It was and the crazy shit about it, the next kind of like holiday type shit was my aunt that passed away. It was her birthday. It's a couple of months ago. And she was saying, you know, I'm throwing my birthday. This is what she said to me. She said to me, God rest my aunt soul. She said to me, she said, you know my birthday coming up, nigga. Yo, babe. She was a real one. Like, nigga, you know my birthday coming up. Come to my birthday party, right? That's it. I can't say no. I say, yeah, I got you. I'm coming, auntie. I say, I'm there. Right? Regardless of what I feel or whatever the situation is. Yeah, I'm coming. All right. Nigga, you better come. I was like, I'm there. Because they know me. I don't come to shit. Like, I just don't. It's just me. But I said, we'll be there. Right? So we go. And I see her on her birthday. Right? And then when we was leaving that situation, right? Everything good. Everything popping, right? Second thing was 4th of July. Everybody know I don't do 4th of July. So my auntie told me, she said, I don't give a fuck. I just want to see family. I said, well, I'm not celebrating that shit. She was like, I don't give a fuck about that. I just want to see you. I said, all right, cool. I come 4th of July at my dad's house. And I go, and my wife didn't come. Because they don't support that shit like that. And I don't even, but I did it because of my aunt. And I did it, and they ain't come. Right? Because usually, I always tell people my wife keep me in check, but she didn't. I got fucked up like a motherfucker that night. I got tore up. I don't know what the fuck happened, but I got tore up. So the bad part about that was that I ain't talked to my aunt that much. Right? But I was only there because she said that. I would have never came. Because, you know, I don't celebrate 4th of July. And I only came because of her. So I go, whatever, shit happened, whatever. And that's the last time I seen my aunt. And so, my point is to people, what I learned from this last thing, with my aunt's funeral and everything like that, man. Now, hopefully I was telling my family this too. If you throwing something, invite people. You know, invite motherfuckers, man. Because my family, they live in a circle, right? Like they only fuck with who they fuck with, and that's where I get that shit from, right? But that shit ain't always good, because you push people away, or you think people ain't welcome, or if people don't feel like they're welcome, and so you can't do that, right? So that's what I learned from my aunt. You cannot keep pushing niggas away because you don't agree with them and you don't like them as family members. Just go to the fucking event. That might be the last time you see them. Right? Or the next time you do see them, they dead. That's what I learned. That's what I learned, people. From my aunt. I learned that from her. And from my family too. Like, And I'm going to. I usually throw Thanksgiving. I'm not doing it this year. I'm going to hang with my peoples on Thanksgiving. You know what I mean? And I ain't got to fuck with all of them like that, but I'm, you know, you gotta. You can lose the people that you do care about, and then you come and then shit don't feel the same. Oh, the one thing I want to say this before I leave this is this, and I'm out. I hit niggas behind the scenes. Hit me up. Tell y'all something. What I did learn hurt my heart too. Got tears in my eyes with this shit. What I learned was, no one thing I learned. Hold on, man. Let me get myself together, man. Can't get my fucking self together on that shit. It ain't meant for me to say. I think that's what it is. What I learned. No. It's meant for me to say. And I'm gonna say this, man. And as much as this shit gonna hurt me, but it's factual. And I said this to my family too. Try not to cry about it, but give me a second, y'all. When we left the funeral, and we got back and everybody did what we did. And the crazy part about it, I still feel this way. When we left, and that's why I don't do funerals. When we left, right? And I still feel this way, but we left. I felt like we just was leaving without her. We was leaving without her. We left without her. We left somebody. There's a lot of shit that we would do, even if it was tragic shit, or if it was like some good shit. My aunt was there. She was in control. She was the one that took care of a lot of that shit. And when we left her there, part of me left. Shit ain't the same. It's not the same. Like my cousin, young cousin, she taking over now. She the person that push it together and get everybody together. That's her shit. She taking over what my aunt did, but it's not the same. It's gonna take a minute for we care about that, or what she does and appreciate it. It's still hurtful. It's just is. My aunt did that. She brung us together. And I'm gonna tell you the real shit. Like, when that shit with my mom happened, like, nigga, after that shit was all over, she was like, yo, hey, nigga, my birthday coming up. She would do, like, that was her thing. Like, she would get people to get us together, and she know we've been gone, we ain't been together in a minute. That was some shit that she did. She had that intuition like that. And we don't have that no more. Everybody want to fill in them spots, but I don't want nobody to fill them spots. That shit hurts. It hurts. Nobody can fill them spots. Nobody. Nobody can fill my aunt's spots. Nobody can. That's just how I feel now. Maybe a couple of months, maybe a year or two. I don't know. Nobody can fill. It's like my aunt Willette passed away. Nobody can fill them spots. And nobody try to step up to it. So maybe it might be a little different because my cousin, my young cousin, she want to step up and do that. You know what I mean? But nah. That's what broke me. I was broken, man. She ain't coming back with us. We left her there. I know she can't come back. She dead. Like, she gone. She gone, man. Man, she gone. That's how I felt. That shit still hurt me to this day. Like, yo, we just left her there, man. You know. She gone. Ain't no coming back. We wake up the next day. She's still gone. That's why I tell people you never tell people how to mourn. You never do that. Because you don't know. You never tell people how to mourn, man. You know? That shit even hurt more when I knew she died. Because I know, and then I went to the funeral, and I told you I don't like funerals, y'all. And now I know she ain't coming back, nigga. I done did everything. I done went to the funeral. I done seen her. And I know she ain't coming back. That shit is real. You understand? My cousin that I talked to like that, which is her son. That nigga lost both his parents, man. He ain't got no parents. He can't even, like, even if you want to reach out and talk, whatever their situation is, or if it's a bad situation, he can't do that no more. They dead. They gone. So I feel for him. And he had more of a connection with his parents than I did. But now his parents they gone. His dad is dead. Now his mom is dead. You know how alone that feels? Like, you understand, like, yo, like, when I was growing up and shit, I didn't feel like I had any parents. I didn't, like, you understand what I'm saying? So, but for somebody that had parents, and they had their parents, and their dad died, and then now their mother is dead. He ain't right. He not right. He's not right. Shit hurts, man. Shout out to my cousin, man. That shit don't feel right. My personal, I mean, not it ain't personal, but like my shit that I go through, and not having no parents, nigga, that don't mean shit. When you had your parents, and his parents was good peoples, they was there for him, and they dead now, and they gone. He got nobody to rely on like that. I told you, my tears ain't really for me. That shit is really for my people, man. People that I know that pain that they going through. Listen. I feel for them more than me. And like I said, when we left that shit, I knew she was gone. Like, it ain't no coming back from that. Like, it ain't nothing. I can't speak to her no more. Can't talk to her no more. Can't be like, you know what, I'm going to call her a couple of months later. Because the one thing about my aunt, she always told me the truth. Regardless if she agreed with me or not, nigga, she told me the truth. Yeah, you on that bullshit. Like, she told me last year, she said, I don't give a fuck what you talking about. Nigga, my birthday coming up. You gonna be here, right? Regardless of what she thought I felt. I said, yeah, auntie. It's just a respect level, too. She helped raise me. I ain't who the fuck I am without her. I don't live this long without her. Like, people gotta, like, really stop and just think. You mad at people that you shouldn't be mad at. They don't pose to agree with you on everything you saying. In your fucking family. Now, if they on some racist shit, they sign with some racist shit, that's just different. Some homophobic shit, I get that. I understand that. My aunt was never like that, nigga. My aunt was one of those people that got behind us to try to teach my grandmother, hey, because we had, I told you I grew up with my cousin that's a transgender now. And we was trying to teach her about the gay shit, like, she's still family, though. And, nigga, my aunt was a part of that. Like, we gonna still love her, she family. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? I don't like it. You ain't got to like it. You got to participate in it. Well, we can't deny her from coming around the family. You know what I mean? She gay. She don't like all the straight shit that we do she? You know, we did that type of shit, but my aunt was a part of that. To help my grandmother to understand homophobic ways. You gotta understand, my grandma was back in the, before she came to America, right? My grandmother grew up in segregation era. She grew in the segregation era in our country. Like my aunt was born in 1957. Now one passed away. So she ain't even the oldest. I mean, she's the second oldest, but she ain't the oldest. So my grandma been here for shit. My grandma been here since the probably I know it, but it's been a minute. She probably been here since the 40s, maybe late 30s or something like that. 1930 something, 1340s. But my grandma was like 80 something years old. She like 20 something years older than my aunts and shit like that. So yeah. Listen, I told y'all my grandma, she wasn't here that early like that. Like my aunt that passed away. She American citizen now, but you know back then, you know my first two aunts, they not American citizens. Like came here, they lived here, they was born here. It was because of my grandmother and my grandfather that was an American citizen, that was a soldier and shit. You know, that shit happened. But everybody else outside of my, like the next person that's older is my Uncle Chuck. He's older than all of them. Outside that, but my aunt that died and passed away, she an American citizen now. But I mean, she been an American citizen back in the day, but she wasn't born here. Yeah. Listen, cause my grandma ain't come here. She came here around the 50s. I can't say that. She came around here around like the 50s, like right around like the early 50s or some shit like that. There's a whole bunch of shit with that. I can't speak on it, but yeah. But yeah. 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 There's the only motherfuckers that really was born here in my dad's side of the family like that was people that came after them. Like, you know, and my dad is an American citizen. My Uncle Chuck is an American citizen. He's the third oldest, and my Aunt Tammy. But my two first aunts, they not. They wasn't born here. They're American citizens, but they wasn't born here on that side of the family. I told you my grandfather was in the military. So, you know. But the whole point is, people, fuck all that shit that y'all think, man. Like, just like, get over your anger, man. Get over your disagreements in a way. You ain't gonna agree with all your family. I don't agree with all my family, nigga. I was, you know. I know what I did learn too. The other part was that I learned that my little cousins, right, that looked up to me, they grown, bro. And they got their own personality. They got their own shit that they do. You know, it's just they on their own mission. And I didn't really get that right, but I got that this last time around. It's like, yo, all right. My cousin, she had command of shit. She was, because I told you it's taking over the family. She younger than me. She was like, yo, hey man, motherfuckers need insurance and blah blah blah. You know, she was going off, and she was like highly pissed. But I get where she was coming from. She right, and she had just went through it with my aunt. Like it was some bullshit with her insurance. So I get it. Like, but you know. And I'm going to say this about my cousin. Love her to death. My cousin Mo. She said, we need to do our black-owned shit. Like, we need to invest in each other. And then I had my other cousin I ain't talked to in years. He was saying the same shit. It was like, yo, we want to come together. It's just the niggas, like some of us that be skeptical about it, fucking with niggas is we got this bad vibe, but it ain't no fucking bad vibe, yo. I'm grown, bro. I ain't got no bad vibe with my people. That shit over. Whatever happened, yo, you young like that, it happened, man. Like I told my cousin, I said, ain't none of y'all niggas put y'all hands on me, right? Y'all ain't never steal nothing from me, right? All right, we good. That's how I look at my family. You know? I'm not gonna go totally blind and shit, fuck with my family, but I'm gonna go into that shit of ain't none of them niggas stole nothing from me. They ain't never violently put their hands on me, so we good. Let's make some shit happen. You know what I mean? And we ain't got to call each other every day, but hey, we should listen. I shouldn't go months without talking to my family at all. I should not, and neither should y'all. It shouldn't be that, y'all. We should not be going months without talking to our family. Unless your family, somebody in your family that defend racism, right? Or they put their hands on you. You know what I mean? Then I get it. You don't fuck with those motherfuckers. I wouldn't either. But if they ain't do that, it's just some shit that y'all just, you misunderstand and shit like that, nigga. Get with your family. Shit can change once you get older too. Like, you know what I mean? Like me and my cousins and shit, we ain't the same, bro. Like when we was young, like we're not the same anymore. Like we don't look at shit the same. So and what I mean is that we look at shit probably more. We get that shit more. Even my younger cousins, I stopped fucking with them because of whatever, because they was on some young shit. But you understand, they older, they grown ass people. They got kids, right? They got kids now. Like, some of them got grandkids. Like, you know what I mean? So, it's a little different, bro. That's all I'm saying, y'all. That's all I'm saying. Pay attention to shit. That's all I'm saying. This shit was a wake-up call for me. And my aunt passed away and shit like that, nigga. And I can't not, like, the way I was thinking, I was partly wrong. Because you gotta get with your family, man. Your family can grow too, but you don't know that they grow because you're respective of them is what it is, right? From what you thought. But they have grown. Like, you don't know that because you don't give a fuck about that shit. So, like, I looked at my family, I said, they grown, nigga. Like, certain motherfuckers, I was like, damn, it ain't the same. The vibe don't feel the same. You know what I mean? But sometimes you do gotta get people step away from some shit. I get that. But my family, yo, I mean, my peoples, we good. And I think that's, and honestly, my honest opinion, I think that's what my aunt was saying. Like when she was like, when I went there for my mom shit, and she was like, oh, well, all right, I know this happening. Ain't nobody hurt, nothing. nigga, my birthday coming up. What's up? Like, you been gone, and then you hear our family say, yeah, nigga, you don't call a nigga. Like, I'm hearing this shit from my family. You don't call a nigga, you don't say nothing. You don't let a nigga know nothing. Like, yo, and then I'm like, oh, and then you sitting there and you like, do you really want to tell them the truth? Right, like, but then, you know me, I'm a real nigga like that, so I start telling motherfuckers the truth. I was like, it ain't like that. Like, nigga, fuck. And then now it comes back to you thinking, maybe you tripping a little bit. I had one of my cousins say to me, right? He said, the realest shit he said. He said, hey, yo. And I said this, and I already told y'all this. It is 2 niggas on that side of the family that you don't call. You don't call him, and you don't call me unless you want to get busy. Because if you call me or him, we gonna fuck some shit up. But the crazy shit about it, my cousin said, he's like, yo, don't call that nigga. Talking about me. It's like, you call him, oh, that everything break loose at, he talking about me. Everything break loose after that. That nigga is all the way in. And the bad part about it was that he wasn't wrong about it. When you call me, nigga, it's a go. You play with my peoples like that and you fuck with my people like that, nigga, I'll kill you. Always been like that. He was like, yo, nigga, we all, like he was saying, like, nigga, we all know you like that. That's why no niggas don't want to call you. Nobody want to fuck with you like that because we all know. But then when I started break shit down, I was like, yo, I'm in counseling. I'm doing some shit, nigga. I'm different. Like, nigga, why y'all still thinking that about me? And he was like, oh, we ain't know that. I was like, yeah, nigga, I'm in counseling. I'm doing some shit, nigga. I'm humble. Everything good. But I still smack shit out, nigga, but I'm good now. Like, I ain't on no, you know what I mean, tripping out like that. And 2, I explained that shit to my cousins and shit that got this perception of me. Right? They got this perception of me. They think I'm, you know, I'm this wild, crazy nigga. And 2, they know that. The nigga, that's all they know is that this nigga, I'm wild and crazy. And 2, but if we don't have a conversation, they don't know shit about me because I done cut them off. They cut me off. Well, I don't want to fuck with them. And they like, I ain't got, that nigga don't want to fuck with me. I don't want to fuck with him. Right? And when you have that, then, you know, the shit still be that static there. Listen, all my family know this. Now, they do know this now. Motherfuckers I'm talking about, right? They know I'm still that dude that I don't play like that, right? But the part is I grown. So I may let some shit go, right? I may let some shit go that they would think that I wouldn't let go. I will be a peacemaker to some shit or try not to do certain shit. They know that now. But I don't, if you don't conversate with your people that have this perception about you, right? Because that's how people think of you. Their perception is of what they know or what they've seen from you. But if you ain't push your thing of how you changed, right? They don't know nothing about that bullshit that you, not bullshit, but they don't know anything about what the hell you talking about. They still think that you this dude that's going around terrorizing some shit, or you can't call that nigga. You know how he gonna get. So if they think that, then nigga, why would they call you? And I learned that from my family. Like, that's their thought process of me. Oh, that nigga crazy. That nigga, you know what he gonna do. But I ain't that type of dude no more. Because I'm not talking to him. I'm explaining shit. So I'm a different dude, but they don't know that. Because I ain't communicating with them. I ain't talking to them no more. Because of however I feel. Right? So, my life is what they think it is. They still think I'm some nigga 10, 20 years ago. But if you don't communicate with your family and you don't communicate with people, people think that you the same as when they had that interaction with you. You understand what I'm saying? So I just tell people this all the time. Listen, I told my family this, and they know this, right, about me. I don't play like that. I still will smack shit out of a nigga. I don't play like that. And I clap a nigga. Don't play with me. And don't play with my family like that. I don't play like that. Right? But they know that. But the one thing that they do know, that I do think about it. Because the simple fact of my daughter. My daughter changes things. You move different. Shit. I move different because of my aunt. My aunt, they ain't never want me to be no gangster nigga. Be a part of that street shit. She ain't want me to be a part of that. That's why she was hard on me. You know what my aunt told me? The realest shit she ever told me. That shit still stick. She says, I don't give a fuck what you doing, nigga. Don't ever bring that shit around the family. You notice I never got caught with drugs? I ain't got no record like that. That's because of my aunt. And she was saying that not to protect me. She was saying that shit to let a nigga like me know that's the game. Because she knew the game. Right? She been around the game. My cousin, his father, was one of the biggest drug dealers in Baltimore. So she been around and she know. Don't you ever bring that shit around the family. And I never did. Never got caught. Listen, first of all, never got caught. My aunt will tell you. She was saying she didn't like that drama that I brought. Right? That's what she was saying. That came with that shit. Right? But I understood her too. She was saying like, don't bring that motherfucking shit to the family. Don't bring that stigma. Don't bring that, oh, that's what they do in that family. Because she been around it. The nigga that she had a kid with, which was my cousin, he was one of the biggest drug dealers. So she understood that. She hung around street shit. Like, she got it. You understand what I'm saying? Like, listen. God, love my aunt. God rest her soul. My aunt was a real one. She been around this shit a long time, but even before I was. So, she partly taught me the game. Because I was like, when she said that shit to me, she said, I don't give a fuck what you do. Don't bring that shit around here no more. And what she meant by that, don't bring that activity. Don't bring that static around the family, because that affect the family. Now that put a light on the family. Even if some foul shit is happening or not, you bringing that shit around the family. And the crazy shit about it, when she said that shit to me, when I was out in them streets like that, I genuinely understood what she was saying. I genuinely understood it. Listen. I'm going to be real with people. My aunt was a nurse. She graduated high school. She went to college. She got a nurse's degree. But she got hurt on the job. But the whole time of all that shit that I'm talking about that's positive, she hung around street shit. because her family was a part of that street shit. My dad was a hood nigga. You understand what I'm saying? My uncle served in the military. He just was a street nigga. You know what I'm saying? Them times was different back then. Right? My aunt, my oldest aunt, worked for the Baltimore Sun. She worked for, you know what I'm saying? She worked for some shit. Like my people wasn't just hood niggas. They was motherfuckers that just grew up around hood people. But some of my people had attributes of where they was somebody. But the streets can fuck you up. Right? So my aunt, she knew all this shit. My aunt got hurt on the job. Right? My aunt that passed away, she got hurt on the job in the 80s. She was a nurse. She worked as hard as she worked to get to that point. She got hurt on the job. And in the 80s, she got hurt. They put her on disability and shit like that. And she been on disability since the 80s. Right? Fucked her back up. She wasn't the same. Now, understand something. That happened to her, whatever. She lived a long life after that. Because what happened to her breaking her back, she's supposed to die. But she didn't. She lived a long life. She lived a long time. When my aunt died, she had diabetes. She had that back injury. She had all that shit. Right? My aunt passed away when she got this last surgery she got. Right? It was something about her, not mistaken, she got some shit that happened to her, I think it was her leg or something like that, and she got a blood clot. Right? And that's how she died. In the last 10, I say the last 5 to 10 years, when I seen my aunt, she always had like a patch on. That was because of diabetes and shit like that. She always had a patch on. She always had like a shit to give her, like a needle or something. Always. So when she died, you know, it was mainly because she just had that last surgery. And I always tell people about surgery. When you get surgery, it's a risk. Even if you survive the surgery, it's still a risk after that. That's why I said technology means a lot. Or people trying to pretend that medicine or technology don't matter. It does. Get surgery and shit like that, yo, it can hurt you. You know what I mean? But she got the surgery or whatever, and it happened. And she died from it. And that's how my aunt died. She had diabetes, yeah, all this shit happened to her, and then she go get a surgery for a blood clot or something like that, and she get that, and then all right, cool, and she died for that. And she older too. She's not like some young person. She's older, you know. When you older, you can't survive surgery like that. You can't survive surgery like that, period. But you older like that, you cannot survive surgery the way y'all think. But my aunt, she did, you know. You know the bad part about it is that, and the good and the bad part about it. My aunt, her things that was going on with her or whatever. And I say this about my aunt. I had never seen her feel like, you know, feel petty for her. she would never do that. I remember, listen, prime example, right? Her birthday, when I went around. And I went there to my birthday or whatever at my grandma's house, right? In the hood. And I remember when I went there, when I got there, all the family members, because they used to me giving them money and shit like that, right? Money was a little tight at the time, right? So, but I had enough money to give my aunt, right? So, I go there, it's her birthday. I go give her some money and shit, right? I remember all my family members that I usually give money to when I do come. Oh, nigga, you just giving her money? Like, nigga, I do that for all y'all when I come around on y'all birthday. When I do come. Everybody was like, oh, okay. But no, the thing they would remember was around COVID. They remember around COVID. When around COVID, I gave everybody money. You know what I mean? All my elders, all the people that was older than me, I gave them money. Gave them I gave my grandma about $4,000. I mean, not $4,000, about $400. And I gave all my aunts and shit like $200-300. Right? So they was just like, you know what I mean? You know how somebody get used to some shit? But, yeah, that's what I was did. But then when I just only give her the money, everybody was tripping like, oh, you just giving out money? Like, no, I ain't giving out no money. It's her birthday. You know what I mean? And everybody in the family started tripping. And I was like, okay. But it's our birthday. You know what I mean? That was the last shit I did for her. No lie to you. Last shit I did for her. You know the crazy shit about it? I did it because of the simple fact that it was just her birthday. Like, it wasn't nothing I thought about or some crazy shit or some black shit or you know, it was her birthday, bro. I just did that. It was her birthday. And that was her last birthday. Last time I seen her. That's crazy. I be trying to tell people that. Stop thinking everything about you, bro. It ain't about you, man. Leave comments. Hit that like button. Support your boy. It's your boy, Mr. OBF. Peace and love to the world, people.